Happy shipwrecks. Hello. What is today? Today's Wednesday. Happy Wednesday, gamers. Let's start the timer, shall we? Congrats on the child, Sai. Oh, thanks. You know, I'm pregnant and it's yours. Happy April Fools. No, legitimately, I have nothing planned for April Fools. I wish I had something planned for April Fools, but my brain has just not been working. I haven't been planning fun. Oh, you'll be a great single. Thanks. Hi, Taylor. Hello. Anyways, I hope you guys are all doing well. Happy Wednesday. Just a heads up, chat. This is probably gonna be the last stream you see of me for like another week or so. So, I'm like, I'm just, I have another trip I'm taking this weekend. If you don't know, guys, I'm going to go visit Nova. I'll be visiting Nova Alchemy for a few days, and we get to do some fun stuff together, and I'm really excited. The fake pregnancy and VTuber graduation photos are not funny. You never know if they're real or not. I'm so sorry then. I don't know. I just thought it'd be funny if I put "I'm pregnant" in the title. I mean, have you showed us your evil work? Okay, wait. Hold up. Wait. Let's start over, shall we? Shall we start over? Okay, let's say hi to Bestie for us. I am gonna say hi to Bestie. She's going to Unova. No, I'm visiting my friend Nova Alchemy. If you've been here for a while, she's one of my close VTuber friends. We get to collab a lot. Actually, we haven't collabed in a hot minute. I don't know if we're gonna off collab this weekend. I have no idea. So, I told her like it's fine if we don't. I don't know if we will even have time. I don't believe most VTubers if they say they're pregnant. Honestly, same. Unless I see like a pregnancy test or something. Most of the time, I'm gonna just be like, nah, I don't know. Enjoy the trip. Thank you. All right, to catch you guys up from yesterday. So I actually ended stream a little early yesterday because one of the TOs of one of the shops here in Atlantis let me know that there was an extra spot for an OP, the One Piece 15 pre-release. So I got to go. I pulled the alternate Brook SR. That was fun. I was really sad because I lost my last round, and because I lost my last round, I didn't get the winner card for the pre-release, and I was so sad. I was so sad. I was like, I was balding a little bit. So you know what I did to make me feel better? I bought a pre-constructed commander deck because they had some available. So you know they call this what is it called? Retail therapy. Retail therapy. What did you buy? Oh, okay. I buy the Bloomborough Zinnia Precon. Let me see if I can pull it up. Okay, so the reason why I bought that one was because I think out of all the sets, recent sets of Magic, I like Bloomborough because it's cute. So that was the only one available. So I was just like, can I buy that? And I also think I got fucking scammed because I paid $50 for it. And then I was told I could buy it for $30. And I'm like, of course I got fucking scammed. But you know what? It's fine. Oh, yeah. I was like a little sad about that. But I bought this one. Sorry. Where did the sneezing come from? Hello. But yes, I bought this one. I just saw Bloomborough and I saw a cute animal and I was just like, I want that. Give me this one. So I was told by some of my friends that this is actually a harder deck to play. I don't know. I was just like, this was the only one I liked that looked interesting. Yeah, you got scanned. I wouldn't imagine. I wanted the squirrel one. The squirrel one looks cool. Maybe I should add that one to Throne. I added a commander pack for the avatar stuff on my Throne because I'm just like, I mean, at this point, right? I'm just gonna start because I really want to play commander with my friends, and if I really start enjoying it, maybe I can do commander streams with other VTubers. I cannot tell you, chat, how many times I've been asked by other VTubers to do like commander streams with them, and every single time I've had to tell them, like, I don't know how to play the game. Like, I'm sorry. But now that I'm in it, I'm starting to learn. I feel like I don't have an excuse. I don't have an excuse. I feel like I have to play now. The scroll one is fun. Not me about to add it to my Throne. Not me about to add it to my Throne. But yeah, all of my TCG friends IRL, they all play Magic. But they don't play Magic like competitively. They don't even go to locals. Like they play Magic very casually. So I messaged all of them yesterday. I was just like, hey. So I bought this. Here, I'm adding this too. Here. I also have a Ridden Commander deck on my Throne if anybody would like to contribute so I can have more decks. So I messaged them all yesterday and I was just like, hey, hi bestie. Hey, listen, I bought some a commander deck. Would you like to play with me? Oh my god. And they were just like, Sai, why did you do this to yourself? Why did you do this to yourself? But yes, we'll come over when you want us to come over. So I'm really excited. I'm having probably when I'm back from my trip, I'll have a commander night where they're probably gonna help teach me. You don't have, yeah, I literally don't have an excuse. I'm not even kidding, chat. So the main LGS that I like help out at, the TOs there, the store owners, they know I'm Sai. And it's so funny because after that Magic stream I did where I was learning how to play Magic Arena, I walked into the store the next day and they were just like, the manager and one of the employees, they stopped me right before like I was gonna walk into the playroom and they're like, Sai, we saw you streamed Magic yesterday. What can we do to get you to play Commander with us? And I was just like, oh my god. I don't know. So they told me they'd build me a deck or some sort. No, literally, I was like, I felt like I was targeted. It was so funny. Oh man, I can't find the squirrel one. What the heck? Is it this just the bat? Oh, wait. I feel dumb. Okay, chat, don't mind me. I'm just gonna add some stuff to Throne. By the way, I don't know who bought... Was it an anonymous user? I'll have to check. But someone bought me stuff on Throne today. They bought me a new little bread oven and another apron, and I'm really excited. And if you're in this stream, thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thank you. Didn't they announce Gen 2 remakes today? I'm not falling for none of that, brother. I am not falling for that, brother. I mean, I don't believe. I do not believe. Apron's really cute. It is. I will say, I have so many aprons now. I'm like, ah! So many of them. So many of them. Let me see. Okay. Don't mind me, chat. I'm just adding some magic stuff to my Throne. If you would like to buy me one, chat, I will be very, very, very grateful. Fortunately, pre-cons nowadays give a minor tagline in the front of the deck box like this one: make offspring go wild. Okay, I didn't even pay attention to like the breeding part. The breeding part of the deck, because when I told my friends I was getting it, they're like, Sai, you do know this is like a breeding deck, right? Like you breed and you have offspring and it's all fun. And I'm like, what? I'm sorry, what did you just say to me? Yeah, I guess the Zinnia deck is a breeding deck. Make offspring, go wild. I picked the right deck then, God. Okay, I added the 3 other Bloomburrow precons on my throne. I'm gonna be unstoppable. Once I start learning how to play Commander for reals, it's over, chat. It's over. Wait, hold on. How do I spell over? O-V-E-R. That deck is pure evil. Actually, everything from Bloomburrow is evil. Don't let the looks deceive you. Don't let Bloomburrow's looks deceive you because it's cute. Smiles. It's adorable. I firstly got the raccoon one. Is the raccoon one fun? Was the raccoon one actually really fun? I really want an Avatar deck. Like, that's the one I'm like, Avatar The Last Airbender, which I have thoughts on the live action. That got, like, what, not leaked yesterday. It's not leaked. I think Netflix officially announced the season 2 of Avatar to be in June. I didn't hate the first season. Let me just say that the first season live action, was it good? No. But did I hate it? No. Like, it was like, okay, you know? Nothing will ever beat the original. But I feel like there's been such a huge gap between the first season of the live action and the second one, where it's like, how are they gonna write off that Aang aged up a lot? How are they gonna write that? Like, dead ass, how are they gonna do that? I got the Titus deck from the Final Fantasy set. Ooh. What'd that mean? What does that mean? Is that the name of a deck? Titus? I don't know, I'm not really into Final Fantasy. Raccoon one makes your objects into creatures and you swing hard. Ooh. I see. Next Yu-Gi-Oh venture, you're gonna have we're gonna have to hit a sub goal or something if you guys really want me to play Yu-Gi-Oh. Like, I don't think I will ever really play Yu-Gi-Oh unless there's like a sub goal involved. You mentioned the video title of the stream fits together perfectly. Facts. Is there a Kingdom Hearts deck? Is there? I don't think there is. I don't think has Kingdom Hearts ever done anything with Magic? I don't follow Magic like that, so I wouldn't know. Gulp? There isn't. Okay. I figured. Not me looking at all of these cool stuff. Yeah, I really like Bloomburrow. I think Bloomburrow is fun. I think the set is very cute. I kind of was looking so I was talking to one of the card shop owner yesterday, and apparently there's like a secret lair with the dog and cat stuff, but it's like nearly $500. And I don't know if I can do $500. That sounds crazy to me. As much as I would love it. I will say, I think, I want to buy, like, cool little lands and stuff. I like the Avatar lands a lot. I want those so bad. Not me about to pull up TCG Player just so we can look at it together, chat. Just so we can look at it together. We could have a little card bonding thing, because that's all I ever talk about nowadays. The Star Trek decks. Ooh. Today's your birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. The city and the city at the man. You take the man out of the city and the city at the man. You guys are gonna see the Super Mario Galaxy movie this weekend? Oh, I saw it last night. Ah, that's what I was gonna talk about. I went to a midnight showing of the Super Mario Galaxy movie last night. Okay, I didn't get the pop. I really wanted a popcorn bucket, but then I asked myself, I was just like, realistically, Sai, what are you gonna do with a popcorn bucket? It's like a $50 popcorn bucket, and it's probably just gonna sit in a room and collect dust. I would rather spend that money on like cards or something where I can actually use it. So I didn't get the Yoshi bucket, but I will. It was like, yeah, it was like $50. But I did get to see the movie last night. I went to a midnight showing with a bunch of my friends, and it was a fun movie. I'm not gonna do spoilers or anything. I'm not gonna say any spoilers, but all I will say is that it was a fun movie. The animation, stellar. I know people clown all the time on Illumination because they're like the silly minion animated studio, but Illumination like genuinely did such a good job on this movie. And the music, Picasso, amazing. It's so good. So if you're not planning to watch the Super Mario Galaxy movie, go make plans to watch it. It's really fun. I will say I think you should watch the first one to get, if you haven't seen the first one, go watch the first one. But like the second one's really good. But yeah, my theater was pretty hyped. Pretty hyped. It was a good theater. You know, have you like gone to movies where the movie theater like actually really fucking sucks? Yeah, no, I didn't get that with this theater. Mythos Valley's growing. Yes, that guys, that is, by the way, I was gonna be like, Trey, why did we post this on April 1st? Because yes, we are gonna be there's gonna be a new Mythos challenge joining sometime soon. I actually don't know when. But if they're teasing it, it's probably gonna be soon. But yes, guys, that is not an April Fool's joke. We are getting some new talents joining Mythos very soon. So guys, go check out the Mythos announcement. Very, very, very exciting. Trey's evil for that. Yeah, I was about to message him and I was just like, maybe he forgot or whatever, but I'm like, why did we post this on April 1st? Why did we post this on April 1st? This is like the worst time to post this announcement. But yeah, there's a lot of speculations what's going on in the comments. I'm not gonna confirm neither or nor deny any of the speculations in those comments, but just know that we have 4 very lovely talents joining, and I hope you guys can support them. I wish Nintendo didn't spoil the guest character before the movie was out. I wish they didn't either. I feel like if they didn't tell us and it would have been such a like an amazing moment, but I guess they really couldn't help themselves. They really could not help themselves there. And you know what? Whatever. It's fine. I was like, yeah, no, I was literally gonna message Trey. I'm like, why did we post this today? Why did we post this today? But yes, the girls, they want to be let out of the vault. They want to be, why they want to be let out of the vault. One moment. My question is, why include a guest when he is a Nintendo character? Fox is a Nintendo character. Isn't Fox a Nintendo character? Am I crazy? Isn't the Star Fox series a Nintendo property? Is it reaction time? No, it's yapping time. We'll react in a little bit. Fox is a Nintendo character, yeah. Fox is Nintendo. It would be crazy if they decided to add something that wasn't Nintendo. Yeah, Fox. I just looked at it. Yeah, it's Star Fox is a Nintendo property. The heck was Fox doing in the Mario movie? I guess you'll just have to go and watch and find out. He is Nintendo, just from a different franchise. Yeah, I will say, just go watch the movie. But they did have like an explanation as to why he was there. That's all I'm gonna say. Like that, there is an explanation. Like they didn't just throw him in there just to throw him in there. There legitimately was like a, oh, so and so happened. That's why I'm here. So yeah, go watch the movie. I'm not gonna say much more. Chat, don't make me continue talking about this because I might accidentally spoil the movie. Yeah, I gotta regret not, they didn't have the Luma popcorn bucket, because I think if the Luma bucket was there, I think I would have bought it. But then I was like, I got to the movie and everybody had the Yoshi buckets, and I sat there like, should I get one? Should I get one? It's $50. I don't know if I should get one. And then there was like a 50 people long line just to get the bucket. So that's when I was like, I'm not gonna get it. And then I had an opportunity at the end of the movie to buy the bucket, and I have decided to save my $50. I was just like, I'm not gonna do it. Bestie! Thank you for the 15 months. Hi, Nova. I hear Mario's in it. That's crazy. Mario's in the Mario movie? Actually insane. They put Dr. Eggman in the Mario movie. Dude, I was so hyped. So one of the trailers was like the Sonic trailer. The Sonic 4 trailer. Dude, I'm so hyped. I cannot tell you, chat, how much I love Amy Rose. Holy shit, I'm so excited. God, I will say, I think I was more of a Sonic girly growing up than I was a Mario girly. So I think I'm a little more excited for the Sonic movie. But Rosalina's my favorite princess in the Mario universe. So Amy X Shadow, brother, I cannot tell you how many Amy X Shadow AMVs, quote unquote AMVs, I had consumed at the age of like 10. I'm embarrassed to say I was an Amy X Shadow shipper. Would you get the song? Dude, okay. So when I bought this Zinnia deck, okay. So a bunch of people in my, can I type today? Hello? A bunch of people in my comments were just like, Sai, you should add this card in the commander deck because it technically works and it's just Sonic giving birth. And I was like, excuse me? What the fuck did you just say to me? It's just Sonic giving birth and Preg's Sonic deck. They're not wrong. OMG, please play Commander with me. Do you want me to bring my Commander deck? I literally bought a Commander deck yesterday. Excuse me? Listen, I'm just the messenger. There are other people. I'm just saying what the other comments were saying, okay? I've been wanting to do a Commander ship for so long. I'm gonna try to learn my Commander deck and we can do one, okay? You should do it. Sad Amy is indeed peak. Real. I think I prefer Shadow X Amy over Sonic X Amy. And I will get canceled for that, but that's fine. Luna! Wait, Luna! Would you play Commander? Sad Amy's peak. No, for real! Listen, I like Sonic, okay? I do like Sonic. But Shadow X Amy, amazing. Can you tell I've had coffee today, by the way, chat? I've had so much caffeine. Sonic has impregnated someone in a few universe, just not a canon. What the fuck does that mean? I mean, you're saying that he has kids, right? Is that's what you mean? That he's had children in other like timelines, universes? Also, let me turn on my fan. It's so weird. It was super hot here in Atlantis like 2 days ago. And then yesterday, for whatever reason, like here's the thing. The weather didn't say it. Nobody expected it, but it just started storming. Like I was like, what is going on? So we had like a 20-degree drop between 2 days. And I don't know if maybe my body's just freaking out or something. So it's like hot. And then it just drops like a ton of degrees in like the evening. Sonic X Tails is the only acceptable ship. See, I'm gonna pretend you said that because it's April Fool's. I can't wait for Peach to say, I guess that you could really say this was a Super Mario Galaxy. The Super Mario Bros. Galaxy movie. Bryce, thank you so much for the Super. Hey, so have you read the Pokemon Adventures manga? I have. I read it when I was younger. It's been so hot. It's been hot and then it got cold yesterday. And then it's like a little chilly today, but it's warm in my home. Okay, are you a Sonato or Shadonic Truth? I think I'm a Shadonic. Hello? Yeah, I've been a little bit NTG pilled recently. My friends, I'm being so dead ass, chat. My friends, they saw me play Magic one time on stream and they were like, Sigh, here, deck, play, when we come over. And I'm just like, guys, relax. The spoil about the Elbaf expansion, regardless, it's gonna happen. Like, it is what it is. You should get Sonic. He does kind of fit in your deck. What would I even take out to put Sonic? No, like, dead ass. Like, what would I take out for this guy? What's your favorite Pokemon ship? What was that? I'm gonna have to look this one up. I know the ship name, but I don't want to say it because I think it's better. Oh, there we go. Yeah, contest shipping. There we go. It's May X Drew. May Drew. I was a huge contest shipping person when I was young. Ah, so cute. I love May. We love May in this household. Wanted to stop by and say hi to you. She misses you. She was literally messaging me last night. We were just yapping about stuff. Different videos. I say out of these comments because folks ship the wrong people with each other. I mean, I can see that. I can see that. Oh, I can see that. I think this is the new. Okay, this is the newest set. What is this one? I want to look at this one. I want to look at this one. What is like a okay, dead ass? Wow, the most expensive thing in here is this. This is like another cute set. Oh, that's what I wanted to look at. I wanted to look. I really, really, really want the cards from here. Where's Love Kips? Cat dog deck. Yes, I have it on my throne. Chat! Someone get me the Ridden Samurai deck. Where is it? There's so many fucking cards. Land. Like, these are so cool! I want these so bad! Lorwyn eclipses fairy style? Don't tell me that. Chat, don't tell me that, please! I'm going to mold. Yeah, no, after I was looking at my room yesterday, my office. So my office is also like where I keep all my, TCG stuff. So I have like IKEA shelves, right? I have them all organized. Like I have my One Piece shelf, my Pokemon shelf, my miscellaneous shelf. I have those. And I looked at it yesterday and I literally stared at it. And I'm like, I need to get rid of all this stuff. I have so many playmats that I think I'm just gonna get rid of because I don't use a lot of them because I have like the few that are my favorites that I will always use. Never really had any Ash Ketchum ships, but Serena Ash is cool, I guess. Cardboard addiction from a TCG enthusiast? No. Facts. Where's Love Kips when I need him? Hold up, let me bother him real quick. Do you have ATLA Commander decks? I'm fiending for decks. Lamau. Hi, Sai. Hello! Guys, please! I think I did see the Lorwyn Eclipse had some cool commander decks. Oh wait, question. This was something I asked my LGS person, and they told me that these like precons are pretty good out of the box. Is that true? Are they good like out of the box already? Or should I like do upgrades? Or is that just going way too extra? Avatar doesn't have commander decks to my knowledge. I think one of my friends has like a one that they're looking to sell. Remember when Serena kissed Ash? They're decent, but some are better than others. Commander has power tiers. Precons are typically decent out of the box. Sick. See, I was literally sleeving up my deck yesterday, and I was like, "Is this?" I've been on an art sleeve kick. Like I used to be, or I am. I guess I still am. I used to do like just like single color sleeves because they're easy. And then I accumulated a bunch of art sleeves over the years. And then it wasn't until like a few months ago, I was just like, no, this is the year I'm gonna use my art sleeves. And then I was like trying to find sleeves to sleeve my commander deck. And I was like, this is a 100 card deck. I should not double sleeve this. So long as you're playing in the same tier, they're pretty good. Ooh. They are playable, but commander can be swingy. Some precons are way better than others. Got it. I suggest you stuck with bracket 2 or whatever your friends use. It's the most decent, family friendly without spending too much or getting sweaty. Listen, man. I don't think you get it. I am a sweaty TCG player. Listen. I legitimately, I sweat. Listen, I'm very, very competitive when it comes to card games. I just have this, my brain is just wired to win. Not with Magic the Gathering. Trust my ass, please. Over the art sleeves. But then it makes it so thick. Was tempted to play Magic because of the Final Fantasy decks. See, my friends that are super into Final Fantasy, they don't even play Magic. They still bought the cards. Sweaty and Magic's a different level. Yeah, no, I that's why I'm sticking to Commander. Like, casual Commander. I mean, if like precons are good out of the box already, then maybe I should just chill. I play competitive Commander. That is insane. How do like Commander, like, because I know Commander games can take a while. How do those like tournaments work? Like, how long do those tournaments typically last? Not me looking at these like I want them all. I want these, chat. I want these so bad. So pretty. I love Appa. And these are also other lands, right? This land enters tap unless you control a basic land. Tap it, add mana. Interesting. Competitive commander lasts from 1 to 4 turns. Interesting. Secret tunnel! Secret tunnel! Secret tunnel! This land can't be blocked. Interesting. Nothing happens. I'll say. Like, I don't know. Just have my respect them. I do the same. No, dead ass. Listen, none of them have played Magic, but because they love Final Fantasy so much, they spent so much money on the cards. So I look at the Wild Bossing Say and then Arcade, the Grand Strategist. Are they all in the Avatar set? The Walls of Bossing Say. My god, why is this expensive? Other permanents you control have indestructible. Okay. That is hilarious. Okay, arcades. The Grand. Oh yeah. I think it's this one you're asking, right? Flying, vigilance. Whenever a creature you control with defender enters a battlefield you control, you draw a card. Each creature you control with the defender assigns combat damage equals to its toughness rather than its power and can attack as though it didn't have defender. So it swings for 30? Huh? I mean, it is a wall. That's so funny. How do you deal with this? No wonder why it's a $30 card. No wonder why it's 30 bucks. All of a sudden it makes sense. There's a Transformers club. I wouldn't. I wouldn't know. I'm not like cuckoo crazy with Transformers. No, not my mods pick. Most of us have a bracket 3 deck, but with no infinite combos. Most precon sit around bracket 1 to 2. Got it. You should see the Cactar. It's like 1/7 that gets 9,000. What the hell? I'm speechless. What the heck? No, I legitimately love Avatar: The Last Airbender. Some of these cards are so pretty. They're so pretty. Katara, the Fearless. Yeah, my favorite Avatar character on God, I actually think it's Azula. I really like Azula. Okay, listen, she's done a lot of bad things, but like her character is so interesting to me. That girl, she was really like turned into a villain. It's insane. The Fire Nation drill. Oh, brother, hold up. What this? When the Fire Nation drill enters, you may tap it. When you do, destroy a target with the target creature with power 4 or less. One permanent your opponent's control lose hexproof and an indestructible until the end of turn. There's so many keywords here. I feel like I have to have like a dictionary. I have to have like a dictionary or something to be able to understand. Kills wall of bossing, say. Thank God. I mean, lore-wise, that's the thing that destroyed the wall. That's facts. That is facts. That did happen. That did happen. Yeah, I really love Azula. Like, I know she's a villain character, but her character is just so interesting. Her psychology is so interesting. Like, she really was just turned into a villain. Her mother might not have been wrong, but like her mother saying all the things she said about Azula probably did not help. Magic is the game of endless keywords, not me about to have Google on the side just be like, what does this word mean? What does haste mean? Azula MTG. I did see, let me see if I can find it. I did see there was a really cool Azula commander deck. Because I was looking at, like, to see if there were any shops. That would sell it. Like, there is an Etsy shop I'm looking at They're selling their Azula deck for like $87. I don't know if that's a good price. I'm not familiar with these type of prices. But I'm like, 87 doesn't sound that bad to me. It doesn't sound that bad. We gotta check the contents. Chat checking contents for me? Am I able to pull up Etsy and it won't like show my zip code or anything? Let me just check this. Hold up. Cause it'll be like, oh no, it does show my zip code. Okay, hold up. Let me see if I can find a deck list. Yeah, I'm not about to put my zip code on stream, chat. That is not happening. Okay, here we go. Oh, here we go. This is from the same shop, but it looks like it's more expensive if you buy it from their shop than you buy it from Etsy. What is this song on Twitch? Clockwork by Zamir, Chevy, and Rosary. I just have my, like, feel good afternoon playlist playing. Okay. This is the list. I don't know, chat. There's a lot. Yeah, this is like Moonveil Games. Is this a good site to buy commander decks? I don't know if there's someone in here. This deck does not include tokens. Can I add tokens to this? Because I'm not about to do a separate order for tokens if I were to buy this. Hope you're having a great day. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Sorry, we're talking. We're yapping about cards. All my magic pilled shipwrecks. Please tell me, is this worth... If I were to buy it on their Etsy shop, it's cheaper. Unless for some reason... Let me add it to my cart. Let's see. Okay. It is like $10 cheaper. Yeah, here's the thing. Like, there's just so many cards in these damn decks that at this point I don't want to buy it. To, like, buy the cards like individually. I'd rather just have like a precon. You don't need official ones. Got it. I don't know if this is worth what, 90. Let's just say $90. Is it worth the $90? Yeah, I was told I could print proxies, which I guess is another thing. But here's the thing, here's the thing, even if I don't play a game, I don't like proxies. Unless for some reason, like, the card is, like, for whatever reason, like $300 and I'll proxy. I don't like owning, like, quote-unquote proxy decks. If I have the means to buy the real one, I'll buy the real one. Because I don't know how much... I was told there are proxy websites for commander decks. Like, you can send... There's, like, websites where you can, like, give them a list of, like, what the deck is, and then they'll just print a whole proxy. I don't know. I know one of my, like, the shop owners I talked to does that. But, yeah, there was this other cool... Okay, because I was genuinely looking at the proxy stuff. Let me see if I can pull this up. Like, there was this website I was looking at, because I was like, wow, I could maybe proxy stuff or whatever. Maybe, because they were telling me to look into it. But then somebody, I don't know if maybe this is just my brain just being so traumatized, but, like, for example, this Rin and Seri deck, I don't know why it feels this looks, part of it looks like AI art to me. Like, I don't know why I feel like this looks like AI art. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. I was personally just a bit on the expensive side. Sick. Okay. Midnight Castle, thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate it. Yeah, like I don't think this looks like AI art. This could be the stuff AI art was trained off of. Maybe. Okay, these are not real cards. These are like custom alternate arts. I'll enjoy this brief moment of being number one. Who knows? Maybe we'll end subathon today. Yeah, because I'm like looking and I don't know where the designed. They do look slightly sus. Yeah, that's why I was just like, I don't know. Like, these are really cute, but they're AI. I don't know if it's AI art. Because I looked at the price and I was like, 65 isn't bad at all. Yeah, there's no artist name. It literally just says, it literally just says custom proxy EDH custom. I saw all the cards you put on Throne. Teehee. The title of the video looks crazy. What video? Or the stream? Looking at the list again, I don't think it's worth the price. The deck seems alright itself, but yeah, it's more of a budget deck. Oh, budget deck for that price? Like, these are so cute. But I don't see anywhere on here that is like, this is not AI art. You know what I mean? Like, I don't see anywhere on here that it could possibly say that this is not AI art. Like, am I crazy? Am I crazy? If the cards don't have an artist listed, then it's probably AI. Yeah, that's a little disappointing. It's a shame. These are cute. Yeah, because there's like nowhere on here that says, because it just says designed by them, but that could mean a lot of things. Fast and reliable. Passionate players have access with a consistent thematic art style. We aim to bring the joy, but affordable, thematic, and perfect for casual play. Our proxy cards are crafted with vibrant designs and durable materials. Enjoy, curated. Yeah, there's nowhere on here that says they don't use AI. Would you rather have the Avatar or Rin or Sherry decks? You are on a timeout right now. You're on a timeout. You should Google the thing that designed them just in case. Wait, what do you mean Google it? What? Rude. Midnight Castle! You have done enough, my guy. Can't level you. Okay, hold on. Take a drink. I will say, if I had... Okay, I don't know. I think I might prefer the deck more, but let me double check what's in the commander thing. I guess I'll gift subs instead. Someone stop him. Yeah, because there's a commander bundle. Start building your commander decks here. Gather your own team. Avatar. Ooh, the click wheel thingy. Hold up. Wait, chat. I'm gonna watch an unboxing. Wait, chat. Let's. I'm willing to throw in the towel. Hold up. What do you get in this? I'm being so dead ass. I just put it there because I was like, Commander Avatar, but I guess it's not a whole deck. What is this? Oh my goodness, that is so loud.
Many Magic the Gathering.
Okay, hold up.
Chase promos
this guy is so cool, by the way.
For this build your own avatar pre-con contest close on the 20th of 30 lands.
Wait, it comes with the lands?
Foil, a click wheel for tracking life totals.
That's pretty
a promo
sick.
Pack containing the 5 promo cards. And
there's
of course,
5?
The cardboard storage box that is included with bundles.
Ooh.
MSRP is, as stated, $109.99. The promo pack consists of 3 guaranteed cards.
What are the
Soul
3?
Ring, Arcane Signet, and Swiftfoot Boots. The remaining 2 cards are random. As you can see, we pulled an Enlightened Tutor and Entomb.
Where's my cabbage man?
But these cards could just as
work
easily
tomorrow.
have
You're
been
good. Thanks for
Worldly
hanging
Tutor,
out.
Mystical Tutor, Gamble, Flawless Maneuver, Deflecting Swat,
Oh my
Deadly
god,
Rollick,
Zuko, my Pookie.
Fierce Guardianship, or if you are exceptionally unlucky, Obscuring Haze.
Wait, is this one ass? If you control a commander, you may cast a spell without paying its mana cost. Prevent all damage that would be dealt to this turn by your creatures your opponent controls. What?
Now, even if you're getting this for that MSRP
Dude, this guy, I love his drip.
$110
Also, I the rip back.
That's still a hefty sum to drop without knowing
That is
the
a lot.
value of the contents. So let us take an in-depth look at the financial value, shall we? A
Okay.
Play Booster Pack of Avatar The Last Airbender has an MSRP of $6.99, while a Collector Booster Pack has an MSRP of
Jesus fucking Christ!
and 99 cents. Therefore, if you were to buy the 9 Play Booster Packs at MSRP, you'd be spending $62.91, which when combined with that Collector Booster Pack at $37.99, means that the total price of the sealed product in the Commander Bundle is $100.90, which is essentially the MSRP. As for the guaranteed promos, as of the time of recording, the market price
which
for their
was 4
cheapest
months ago
printings are $1.04 for the Soul Ring, 32 cents for an Arcane Signet, and $1.14 for Swiftfoot Boots, which is an exact total of $2.50.
My Jesus Christ.
Promos. If your 2 random promos are worth at least $6.59 together, then the total contents of a Commander bundle is indeed worth MSRP without
Alright, but how much is the box?
Even assigning a value to the lands, the click wheel, or the storage box. To say nothing of the value you may be getting, the 2 random promos are worth more than $6.59. And I have good news on that front. You are guaranteed to hit that price threshold and exceed it. The current market prices for the cheapest printings of the 10 random cards are as follows. Deflecting SWAT is at the top at $51.17.
Damn! 51?
And there's a lot of value in the remaining cards, except of course for Obscuring Haze, which is worth less than $4.
Low-key kind of
so
nuts.
Looking at all of this, the absolute worst value you can pull from these 2 random slots is $14.44 if you were to open Obscuring Haze and gamble. Conversely, the best you can open is Deflecting SWAT and Fierce Guardianship, which comes out to a total of $91.23. The average value of the 2 slots is a very solid $42.63. So the average value of a Commander bundle is $145.13, netting you on average $35 in value if you buy the bundle for MSRP. If you win big, your $100 will have gotten you $195 in packs and cards.
Knowing my luck, I would not hit that threshold.
Again, this is still omitting the box.
Congrats on the newborn, thank you.
And to reiterate, even if you get the 2 lowest value promos, you still have covered the cost of MSRP. This is a legitimately solid deal from a financial perspective. Again, assuming you bought these at MSRP. What about the cards?
Okay, but how much is it now? It's 157. That is like $50 over the price here.
Selves. Yes, many of them are expensive, but are they good choices for a Commander product? And
Are they? That is what I want to know.
Let's take a closer look. The promos break down into 3 categories: artifacts, tutors, and free spells. Soul Ring and Arcane Signet are 2 of the most ubiquitous cards in Commander. Nearly every Commander 99 starts with these 2 cards.
Is it really?
Boots
Oh wait, are these literally just Are these just reprints of cards that already exist but just have avatar art on them?
On the other hand, is not on the same level as Soul Ring and Arcane
Got
Signet.
it. Okay, that makes sense.
A lot of decks. It's not unreasonable to include all 3 of these cards, but I would not call them particularly exciting. The tutors, on the other hand, are incredibly powerful.
Is this the same thing?
Powerful cards. At higher bracket tables, all 5 of Mystical, Enlightened, and Worldly Tutor, as well as Entomb and Gamble, are the kinds of cards that show up in the majority of decks in their colors. It is a little strange, however, to say this product is geared toward Commander, when these cards are only highly played among a certain subset of Commander players. Perhaps they should have called this product the Bracket 4 Commander Bundle. The best of the free spells are some of the strongest cards in Commander. Mana is the balancing system in Magic, and any card that circumvents the mana system
Chad is the father.
Exceptionally strong. The strongest of these by far are
okay, they're reprints of cards just with avatar art, which I think is really sick.
Maneuver is no slouch either. Obscuring Haze is not a bad card per se, but it certainly looks underpowered when it stands next to its cousins in the cycle. If this was the model that Wizards was going to present for their Avatar Commander product, I believe the free spells were excellent choices to include, but these free spells were first introduced in Commander precons that you could buy for $40 to $45. So
I got scammed.
Why couldn't these cards have been reprinted in precons? A Commander precon contains a ready-to-play, right-out-of-the-box 100-card deck that includes 10
I did buy one of those yesterday.
Cards, original designs. Universe Beyond precons, such as the ones we got for Final Fantasy, can include...
These ones are sick. I wish I was super into Final Fantasy, because I do like the art here, but...
as many as 25
I'm not too familiar.
Because
the art is so nice.
Of $69.99, whereas in-universe Commander precons have an MSRP of $44.99. The Final Fantasy precons had a total singles cost of between $95 and $120.
Oh my god. I did not realize how pricey these are. Holy shit.
Dollars at the time of release, which if you could get...
Okay, my Magic the Gathering players in chat, are you okay? Like, actual question. Are you in debt? Is your credit score low? Are you okay? Are you paying your rent? Please tell me you're paying your rent. Please tell me your rent is being paid.
Get them at MSRP, offered a guaranteed positive financial value, and more importantly, gave you a complete deck that you could immediately start playing with. I see no reason why we couldn't have gotten 4 Avatar precons, 1 for each elemental nation.
That would have been so cool! I would have just bought that!
Of which were reprints of the free spells. Maybe omitting Obscuring Haze, because that would have been a bummer. Now, it's true, if they had gone that method, they likely wouldn't have included the tutors, as these are not the kind of cards that they typically put in
I'm so
precons.
sorry, Professor. I just want to know. Is it worth?
Away disappointed, especially if you spent more than MSRP to buy it. And here's the thing, you are incredibly likely to need to spend more than MSRP to buy it.
Oh my god.
On the secondary market right now, the Commander bundle is selling for $190.
Oh wait, that's less than what that's less than what's listed now.
$90.
Damn. Okay, I thought this was I thought the current price it just went down.
Complete Play Booster box, and even those are too expensive. If that figure rings a bell, that's because I said it earlier in the video. $190 is the maximum value you can open in a Commander bundle, if you pull the best 2 cards, Deflecting SWAT and Fierce Guardianship. In other words, the vast majority of vendors selling Commander bundles right now are doing so at a price that completely negates any profit you could open in these bundles in the absolute best case scenarios. If you spend $190 on a bundle and you open Obscuring Haze and Gamble, then that is a
knowing my luck, I would.
devastating financial blow. The total cost of the 5 free spells and the 5 tutors is $213.16. That's less than the cost of 2 commander bundles at MSRP, and guarantees you all 10 cards that you would be buying those bundles to have just a chance at getting. I say this anytime there is a new product, but it is especially true right now. Do not pay markups for a bundle. Do not, under any circumstances, buy the commander bundle for more than MSRP. The bundle is not a good product for the utility of its contents. It's a good product, and yeah, it is a good product, because of the value of its contents. And that value is utterly moot if you don't buy it for
I like this guy.
MSRP. Or if you can't find the bundle for its MSRP and you're only willing to spend as much as MSRP, which you should be, then here's another
Killjoy,
data
thank you
point
so much for
for you.
25 months.
The cost of the 3
Oh, good, thank
best
you.
free spells,
I hope you're doing well as
Deflecting
well.
Swat, Fierce Guardianship, and Deadly Rollick is $109.45.
Okay.
It's just under MSRP.
What is the
Final
consensus,
conclusion,
Professor?
The Avatar Commander Bundle is a pretty solid product that is financially worth it, but only if you buy it for MSRP. Financial value aside,
Only.
however, its worth as a Commander product is dubious, as you are mostly spending your money on booster packs, which is not the best product for new or established Commander players. When compared
Okay,
to the missing
well, I'm
Commander
new.
precons, such as those which were available with Final Fantasy, it is extremely disappointing not to get original card designs and a larger selection of reprints, all of which come in the form of playable commander decks that cost less than the MSRP of this product.
Oof.
Nonetheless, in isolation of the commander marketing, as a premium bundle, this is a B+. Though I will say that buying this at a markup is an angry red letter D for do not do this, dummy. Buying this at markup negates all, I repeat, all financial work.
What did the comments say? Wizard of the Coast is clearly moving away from commander decks for UB products because a commander deck only needs to be purchased once, but boosters can be cracked forever. They realize that people really like gambling. They realize that people really like gambling. Midnight Castle, please don't buy it. Okay, that's cool. I'm gonna remove it from my throne. Honestly, on God, I think I would prefer like the precons because they're cheaper. Please don't spend tons of money on me. I will remove it. I haven't urged rip backs, but I've resisted for years. Listen, man. I don't rip packs, but when I do, it feels like it feels there's no high that can compare to it. Better bang for your buck. Better bang for my buck. Or pretty aesthetics. Pretty aesthetics are pretty cool. I have really good luck with packs too. Dude, my luck is buns. It's buns. Like last night when I went to the One Piece pre-release. Actually, no, I didn't even pull that bad. I pulled like an alt art that's actually used. So I wasn't too mad. And then I pulled like a secret rare that's used as well. So I guess I'm not that mad. I think I could be more mad, but how am I on timeout for Throne? Oh wait. I'm in timeout for subs. But I would not. Please calm down with the subs, my guy. Relax. I haven't opened my single modern masters pack. Oh my god. What does that mean? But I just got paid. Did you pay your rent? Did you pay your bills? Did you zero out your credit card? You should do that, my guy. That's what I did yesterday. Oh my god. I sent all my rent. I paid off all my bills and I looked at my account and I'm like, I'll be fine. I'll be fine. I'll be fine. I'll be fine. Smiles. No comment. You are not allowed. You can technically get the Hereditary Precon for cheaper if you get the original art ones, but the one you're getting are almost all alt arts. Is there a Hereditary Precon? Is there actually a written Sari precon? I want this card so bad. Is this, what is this? Test car not for constructed play. Wait, that's so funny. Jesus Christ. I want to see this. Let me see this. Professor, let me see the cards. Let me see the cards. Let me see the cards. Ah, so cute! Oh, I know this artist. This is nicnicco. They've done some art for some of the diamond paintings I own. Oh my god. Oh my god, is this furries? Wait, these are so cute! These are so cute, chat. I literally just want these lands. Like, I literally do not care. I just want the fucking lands. Give me the lands. Hold up. Single cards? Hear me out. Here. Why are these so cool? Filters. I mean, turn on the music. Furry head. Is there a Persona deck? I don't think there's a Persona NTG, unless I'm crazy. Oh god. I want to see the dog and cat lands! What if I go low to high? This is Ash. I'm just... Cat, dog. $33 results. Oh my god. 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 I'm so broke. You should look up the cat dragon tokens. Oh my god. It's either that or whatever. What is this? It's a furry. It's a furry. Why are tokens so? Cat dragon. What is this cat dragon? Oh my god. Oh, this is cat beast. What about this one? Oh lord, that's so funny. What is this one? Midnight Castle, I swear to god if you are threatening me. Please pay your rent first! I know, brother. I don't want you going broke. Make your own card games? I don't know if I could make my own card game. I feel like I'm too stupid to like try to make my own card game, which is why I play existing card games. There's Furby? Oh my god. one! I love this one! Oops, my finger slipped. Midnight Castle! Ah! Why did I get the little cha-ching? Brother, thank you. What the heck? Thank you. Oh. Thank you, man. I'm gonna go get my Ridden Sari deck. Check the horror Furby ones. Horror Furby ones. Hold up. Horror Furby. Thank you, Midnight Castle. Now I go back to work to make up what I spent. I hope your job hasn't been too stressful. Crying. I heard the TSA lines have been getting better. I don't know how true that is. Is it this one you're talking? Oh my god. This one's so ugly. Yes. Kill it with fire. That one's so gross. That is so funny. I love this one though. I love this one. What about the Hatsune Miku? What about Miku? The Miku ones are so cute. Draw 3 cards. Just draw 3. Len and Rin! Wait, this is low-key kind of fire. This is actually kind of fire. This isn't Miku. This is Kaito. Why does he look like a Jad? Oh, this one's super pretty. Miku, pop, font of pop. Their flavor tags are so funny. I wasn't paying attention. Divine Diva. Is this the line chat? Oh my god. She's so pretty. Oh, she's so pretty. This one's actually so beautiful. Hello? Yeah, some of the art isn't super anime-esque, I will say. Crying. Oh. That's so nice. Is Elswith Tyrael? Is that already like a card that exists? So this is a card that exists, but obviously the Miku one looks cooler. My Little Pony. Hell yeah. Dude, chat, I'm not even kidding. I was at the Pop Mart store a few days ago with my friends, and I'm being so dead ass. I actually almost... What did I type in? Where can I see, like, this? Oh, here we go. I almost bought, like, a My Little Pony little blind box thing because I thought it was cool. Why are these so expensive? Twilight Sparkle. Wait, this one's kind of sick. Okay, I feel... Is this the only My Little Pony cards? Not Tournament League. Reveal a My Little Pony toy you own. Until the end of the turn, another target creature gains protection from each color in that toy's coat name and outfit. What? Let me pull Rainbow Dash. Oh my god. As long as it's nighttime, Nightmare Moon gets +2/+2 and has Menace. Transform Nightmare Moon. Any pony may activate this ability or help pay the cost. When they do, they become your friend. This is so funny. If you control Applejack, Fluttershy, Pinkie Pie, Rainbow Dash, and Rarity, every pony wins the game. Wait, is there actually Rainbow Dash cards? Ah, okay, here's the secret layer stuff. If you're at least 100% cool and reset your coolness. What the fuck? What is this? That is so funny to me. What about Fluttershy? She's my favorite. Good night. I appreciate it. Thank you. Put a 1/1 counter on each creature with a tail. Target player controls. Stare down up to one target creature until the end of the turn. What happens if I don't want to stare them down? My friends were what happens to your hair when you swim. It's like a separate water entity. Also, Joker, thank you so much for the 15 months. I appreciate it, my guy. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you. I'm in need of these cards. Real. Rotation is happening. I'm sad. Rest in peace, Goldango. I am so sorry for your loss. We've been streaming for like an hour and a half and we haven't even started reacting. Maybe we should do that now, Chan. I've been talking too much about cards. Friendship is magic. Rip my gut, been playing it for 3 years. It's all good, Pookie Bear. It's all good. What are you gonna play after rotation? What are you gonna play after rotation? Evo! Thank you for the 5 gifted! What the hell? What the heck? Are unsets or personally weird effects are never tournament legal, unglued, unhinged, unstable, unsanctioned, and unfinity. Not me about to pull up to do build a deck with those. Ah! Apollo Helios, thank you for the 5 gifted. Guys, we started a hype train. Guys, please relax. Let me turn off music. Oh. You know what that yawn means? I need to consume more caffeine. That's what that means. Let me double check if I've reacted to this video already. I did not have time to double check. I'm being dead ass. I did not have time to double check. I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, cool. I have a sub now. Hell yeah. Shout out to the people that gift subs. They are legal on Commander because they're black bordered, but they do have less silly effects compared to the unsets. Interesting. Interesting. OMG new merch. I do have some merch from my anniversary drop. We do have bundles still available to get like a cool foil signed playmat. Okay, I don't think we've reacted to this one yet. Do I buy another deck box? Go buy my merch. Go buy my merch. Go buy my merch. We still have some... Where is it? This bundle sold out, but this bundle is still available. If you buy this bundle, you get all of the wonderful items here, including a a foil signed playmat that you can only receive if you get the bundle. You get the sleeves, the acrylic standee, the deck box, as well as some cool proxy cards to use for the One Piece card game or for whatever card game you desire. But yes, I don't know how many bundles of these are left. I actually need to ask. The Dawn card set is pulled from a full set that may contain a full signed Dawn set. You never know. But yes, this deck box is super cool. I love that it's like pink on the inside. It's super nice. Go buy my merch! Go buy my merch! Anyways, we're back with more Yap and React. Another M&J TV video we're reacting to. Baby Mikey video. We're gonna be reacting to worst Pokemon in every type. You know, I saw what is it? Mr. Mime in the thumbnail, and I'm like, yep, that is a horrible Pokemon. Anyways, worst Pokemon of every type by M&J TV.
Fans, Michael here, and almost 3 years ago, I made
He sounds so baby. He sounds so baby.
a video called The Top Pokemon of Every Type, where I went over my favorite Pokemon for each of the 18 different types. That video was very well received, but recently I realized that I never made the opposite of it. My favorite Pokemon of none of the types.
It's shaved, Mikey.
I'm kidding, obviously. I mean my least favorite Pokemon of every type. So I figured, why not go
Miltank is definitely going to be on here.
ahead and do that now. This video will be my least favorite Pokemon of every single type. And this should be obvious, but just in case it isn't, if a Pokemon is dual typed, it will only count as the entry for one of the types. So don't forget to leave a like on the video, and let's start off with my least favorite bug type Pokemon, Volbeat and Illumise.
What? They're not that bad.
I know this is two Pokemon, but they are both here in the same entry because they're
basically the same Pokemon.
They are the exact same Pokemon. Yeah. I love Generation 3. It was my first ever generation of Pokemon, so not only do I have a ton of nostalgia for it, but I also think it has a really solid cast of Pokemon.
Thank you so much for the super chat.
There are very few Hoenn Pokemon that I dislike. Volbeat and Illumise are two of those Pokemon because I have never really understood why they exist. They're
not gonna lie, they're also my least favorite in bugs.
Based on fireflies, but instead of getting a really cool bug electric type Pokemon with light-based electrical powers, we got a pair of gingerbread cookies wearing travel pillows.
What? That's actually insane.
But not only do they look dumb, they are also just so incredibly uninteresting. They have no evolutions and are nothing more than a male-female pair that likely would have been just one Pokemon if they had been introduced in Generation 4 or later. They are also extremely weak. Prior to Generation 7, they only had a measly base stat total of 400. They received a buff in Generation 7, boosting their total up to 430, but that is still garbage for a fully evolved Pokemon. They're in a similar situation to Pokemon like Farfetch'd. They don't evolve, aren't particularly interesting, and are not strong at all. However, tons of people talk about how they want to see Farfetch'd get an evolution, but nobody ever talks about wanting to see Volbeat and Illumise get an evolution, because nobody cares about them.
I also don't know how they would evolve these guys.
They are nothing more than 2 extra Pokemon species that you have to get to complete your Pokedex. Other than that, they are pretty dumb and honestly quite forgettable. My least favorite dark type is Alolan Persian.
I don't know. I don't have any feelings against this Pokemon.
I adore the concept of regional variants. I think it's a fascinating and really
It is very silly. I like his little chubby face.
Creative way to introduce real-world evolution into the Pokemon world. Because in the past, Pokemon has only featured Pokemon evolution, which is basically just metamorphosis. And while some Alola forms have ended up being some of my all-time favorite Pokemon, like Alolan Ninetales, there are some others that, well, stink booty. And one of them is Alolan Persian. Now, I understand why Alolan Persian has such a round face. It's inspired by round-faced cats that royalty would have back in the day,
They're so
such
cute.
as the British Shorthair. But they took this way too far.
What's wrong with that? I love the round face.
It's like a Alolan Persian swallowed a watermelon and never got it all the way down to its stomach. It has a normal, sleek body, but then an absurdly large head just tacked onto the front of it. If Alolan Persian existed in real life, I am confident that it would have to walk around on only its front legs because its head would be so heavy, it would lift its back legs up into the air. It's supposed to be this fearsome, intimidating, and cruel Pokemon, but it looks so stupid and silly that no one takes it seriously. My least favorite dragon type is Mega Ampharos. I like regular Ampharos a lot. I think it's a cute, well-designed Pokemon that I have used in many
That is actually insane. I don't think Ampharos deserves to be on this list.
playthrough teams, and I think is pretty universally liked. And while I think it was a worthy candidate to receive a Mega Evolution, this thing is so dumb. All they did was take regular Ampharos and then put a lot of hair on it. And then suddenly that makes it a dragon?
Hey, dragons can have nice, luscious hair.
What? Now I know what you're thinking, so in an effort to not seem hypocritical, I also think it's silly that Alolan Exeggutor is a dragon type. However,
okay, that's what I mean. I guess he can't. I could see him not having a dragon type, but he's so cool.
I think Alolan Exeggutor's design premise of changing it to be a tall, more tropical palm tree is really creative and interesting, while Mega Ampharos's design premise is freaking stupid. My least favorite electric type is Xurkitree. What the hell is this thing? I have not been shy about the fact that I do not like most of the
Yeah, Xurkitree is kind of one of the more lamer Ultra Beasts, I guess.
Ultra Beasts. I understand they are alien creatures from other worlds and therefore are supposed to look weird. But with the exception of Poipole and Naganadel, most Ultra Beasts look too weird. Like, they don't look like creatures anymore, they look like objects. Or, like, weird person bug furries? Are they still furries if they're bugs? Xurkitree is my least favorite of all of them though, because it is literally just a bundle of wires with a spiky light bulb on top.
I don't like him. Yeah, he's kind of freaky.
The only aspect of it that looks like a creature is that it stands in a bipedal way with 2 legs and 2 arms. If this thing was unconscious laying on the ground, anyone would just mistake it for a large bundle of electrical equipment. Pokemon is short for pocket monsters. This is not a monster, it is an object. Yes, I know there are plenty of
He's an alien.
Pokemon that are inspired by objects, but those object Pokemon are given attributes to make them seem alive. Whereas Xurkitree is...
What is that? Oh, I love this one.
Nothing more than a bundle
we're getting
of
some hot
wires
takes
that
today.
can very stupidly form
Holy
itself
moly.
into the shape of a Christmas tree. Why would an alien organism do this? It's so stupid. My least favorite fairy type is Aromatisse.
What? I love Aromatisse. He's so cute. Sam, thank you so much for the 28 months. Yeah, that's great cable management.
Aromatisse is a terrible blend of something ominous and disturbing and something sexy. Aromatisse...
Mikey, I love you. Okay, you're great. But I don't... Is it the leg? Is it the leg? I don't know where... I don't know where you're getting sexy from, hello?
Aromatisse's face is inspired by the masks of plague doctors, something that people pretty universally agree is an ominous image. But it's also inspired by can-can dancers, an activity that is usually considered to be a sexy thing due to, well, their nice legs. Who in the hell thought it was a good idea to make a plague doctor can-can dancer Pokemon? That is such a disturbing combination, made worse by the fact that it's not a person. It's a monster with the plague doctor mask as its freaking face, and it's wearing...
What the fuck? Yeah, you know what? Aromatisse is just a little fruity, alright?
Mascara. Most of the fairy type Pokemon introduced in Generation 6 are pretty underwhelming to me, but Aromatisse is definitely the worst one. My least favorite fighting type Pokemon is Crabominable. This thing is just straight up ugly. Just flat out...
I love Crabominable. I used him in my playthrough.
Blatantly ugly. Its face looks extremely unwell, like it's being constantly tortured, and it has a stupid bowl cut haircut. Why does it have people hair? And really bad people hair at that. It is simply one of the most hideous Pokemon out there, and it's really disappointing.
He's so cool! Mega Crabominable's awesome!
Pointing that such an interesting design premise ended up being so unappealing. My least favorite fire type is Simisear. I've said this many times, but I will say it again. The Unova region monkeys are bad.
I like their base forms. I'm not too cuckoo crazy about their evolution forms, but I don't think they're that bad.
Pokemon. The fact that there are 3 basically identical Pokemon with different colors is bad. The fact that they are all ugly is bad. The fact that the pre-evolutions are so cute but fall so far from grace is bad.
That's fair. That's fair.
These 3 Pokemon are probably the most unpopular group of Pokemon out there, and they deserve to be. And to me, Simisear is the worst of them. I find its facial expression to be deeply unsettling.
He's just a guy.
And its weird gourd-shaped body isn't doing it any favors. I am also definitely not the only one who dislikes Simisear. If you didn't know, back in 2016,
is there like a hate group for Simisear that I'm just not aware of?
They ran a Pokemon election in Japan, and Simisear was voted the worst Pokemon of every single one that exists.
That is so sad. That is so sad!
Existed at the time. And that is an award that I believe it definitely deserves. My least favorite flying type is Landorus. I don't like the genies. I understand their interesting design origin, but that does not change the fact that they are the upper halves of buff men.
Yeah, I don't like these guys either. These guys kind of suck.
With weird facial hair.
They are very, very weird.
Hair sticking out of clouds. Those are simply not good designs for Pokemon.
No.
They might be fine in some other franchise where the enemies are more human-like, but these ones are just too weird. And to me, Landorus—
they low-key kind of give me Digimon vibes for some reason.
—is the worst of the 3. One of the reasons is that its hair—
can I be honest? They all look the same to me.
—is the dumbest. What, are you trying to be a hammerhead shark? No, dude, what are you doing? You and Crabominable, get in a car and drive to a barbershop immediately. Landorus is also my least favorite genie.
This is like the most hateful I've ever heard Mikey.
Because of its Therian form.
Okay,
First off,
I like
just
these
slapping
ones. These ones are
Landorus's
fine.
head on the body of a
These
tiger.
forms are fine. I don't like the ones where they're sitting in the clouds and they look like just weird.
Is super weird and uncomfortable. And secondly, Landorus Therian was everywhere in VGC battles when I was into it back in the day. You pretty much had to have one on your team to have any success. Seeing it everywhere and losing to it many a time has made me really dislike this already stupid looking Pokemon. My least favorite ghost type is Hoopa. Hoopa and the Clash of Ages is one of the worst movies I have ever seen. There is no plot whatsoever, and the—
is it really that ass? Is it really that bad?
English voice acting is bad, and the cool action is definitely not cool enough to make up for those massive faults. But the worst part of that movie is Hoopa. It is childish, selfish, stupid, and annoying.
I like Hoopa in the DLC of ZA. He's cool, but I've never seen the movie, so I don't have any comments.
It constantly speaks in the third person, but not in a charming way like Sergeant Jeffords. It just keeps saying stupid stuff like, "I lay hoopering." If this movie never existed, I would probably be indifferent toward Hoopa. But since that hour and a half was just so extremely unenjoyable, it left a lasting—
yeah, the DLC definitely redeemed Hoopa.
—impression on me that will make me dislike Hoopa for a long time. Also, I should note that while regular Hoopa is a ghost type, Hoopa Unbound is a
I honestly forgot this one existed. This one's so ugly.
dark type. I just wanted to include Hoopa on the ghost type entry because I remember hating the normal form more than the Unbound form, and also I really thought Alolan Persian needed to be in this video. My least—
yeah, he's so mad.
favorite grass type
but honestly,
is
valid.
Quilladin. No, don't
I don't like Quilladin either. This one's valid.
get me wrong, I definitely dislike Simisage because it's one of the Unova monkeys, but there's a story behind Quilladin that has made me dislike it more. When the Generation 6 starters were announced, the one I was most excited about was Chespin. Due to my strong attachment to Trico and Turtwig, I had a bit of a soft spot toward the grass starters. I thought Chespin was extremely cute, so I had high hopes for it getting a really cool evolution. Then the second stage starters were revealed, and my hopes were crushed. Quilladin looks
why does he look like that?
so bad. It is fat and derpy, and for some reason got a bad looking.
I'm excited about Chespin, said no one ever. Oh, I don't hate Chespin.
Big nose,
I just don't like his
despite the fact that neither Chespin nor Chestnut have a large nose. That massive disappointment I felt when Quilladin was revealed left a lasting impression on me, and because of that, I have really disliked Quilladin ever since. My least favorite ground type is a Alolan Dugtrio.
Is it because of the hair? The hair is kind of fire.
Remember how I was saying that I thought it was super stupid that the only design change from Ampharos to Mega Ampharos was adding hair to it? This is the same but worse. Mega Ampharos has some design changes other than just the hair being added.
He literally
Alolan
just hates hair.
Dugtrio does not. It turns a slightly darker shade of brown and gets the hair added to it. That's it. There are no other changes. It baffles me that they thought this design was acceptable. I understand it's supposed to be volcanic glass.
They're just bonito, okay? Leave them alone.
But that does not matter here. They thought a logical adaptation of the species in a new environment was it just growing long golden locks. It blows my mind that they cleared this terrible design for inclusion in the series because I am not sure there is a Pokemon design that is dumber than this. My least favorite Ice-type Pokemon is Jinx. This one shouldn't be too
valid. Jinx does scare me a little bit.
hard to explain. Jinx is a flat-out ugly Pokemon that is also very disturbing. It's got a creepy cartoon face that is surrounded by body features that are way too humanoid. That combination is really unsettling, plus it was the center of a racist controversy,
oh my
which
God,
obviously
yeah,
doesn't do it any favors. I am confident that few people would be upset if they removed Jinx from the games, because I feel like almost everyone who claims to like Jinx is only doing it to make a joke. My least favorite normal type is Miltank. I won't spend much
And no one is surprised. And no one is surprised.
time on this entry since I'm confident most of you already know that Miltank is my least favorite Pokemon of all time, of all of them. So I'll shorten this just to the two main reasons why I hate it so much.
Okay, go ahead.
1, its nipples are hideous and gross. I do not.
What is this screen cap? That is insane. It's Cyndaquil and Meowth. Yay! Yeah. Oh my God! That is fucking crazy. What episode is this from? What episode is this one from?
Not need to see those massive things flopping around for the whole world to gawk at. And 2, whether it was against Whitney, a trainer in the Battle Mason, or against the Aura Guardian, Miltank has pissed me off more times than I can count. My least favorite poison type is Amoonguss.
Alright, now we're throwing hands.
I simply don't think Amoonguss needs to exist because all of the roles it fills were already filled by pre-existing Pokemon. We already had a high-quality mushroom Pokemon in Breloom, and we already had a Pokeball fake-out Pokemon in Voltorb and Electrode. And we, of course, had buttloads of grass poison types. The fact that Amoonguss is just a much uglier ripoff of these other Pokemon makes
But Amoonguss is so good. Isn't Amoonguss also, like, competitive, too?
me dislike it. And when I say uglier, I mean, it's hella ugly. Just look at that face. That is difficult to love. My least favorite psychic type is Mr. Mime. This is probably the most disturbing Pokemon out there. It is a distorted and deformed human jester with thin, spindly arms and legs, curved feet, and big five-fingered hands.
Is like Incineroar levels of competitive. See, I figured. I swear to God, I've seen VGC battles at like regionals with Among Us. Sorry, Among Us.
Hands. It looks like a serial killer. I know it's supposed to be this light-hearted, silly Pokemon that makes invisible walls to cause mischief, and while the Detective Pikachu Mr. Mime did a great job at conveying that, All the Mr.
I did not like him in Detective Pikachu. Holy fuck. I did not like him in Detective Pikachu.
Mime in the main series games look like they're staring through your bedroom window, getting ready to kill you with a knife. Maybe I would dislike Mr. Mime less if it was a dark or a ghost type, so its creepiness made more sense. But since it's a psychic fairy type, that's not helping it at all. I firmly believe Mr. Mime is the worst Generation 1 Pokemon, and I hope that my future interactions with it are limited. My least favorite
Pass.
rock type is Probopass. Maybe
I don't like Probopass. This is acceptable.
you've noticed
this
a
is acceptable.
theme here. If a Pokemon has tacky, human-like hair, I am probably not gonna like it. Probopass is no exception. Its mustache, no matter how you justify it with claims of it being metal filings, looks stupid. Speaking of looking stupid, the whole thing looks stupid. It being
agree.
a compass Pokemon is
I
an
agree.
interesting design concept, but they made its massive nose its primary feature. That looks really dumb and really silly, and not silly in a good way. I know this wouldn't happen
He's
because it's
just
made of rock
kind
and
of
metal,
ugly.
but even so, every time I see a Probopass, I'm worried I'm going to get covered in snot, because giant noses are gross, for the most part. Elephant noses are tasteful.
I love Fanpy.
My least favorite steel-type Pokemon is Klefki. Remember
Why? Ah, I like the pair of keys.
how I said that most object Pokemon are fine because they look alive? Klefki is not one of those. While it does not look as lifeless as Xurkitree, it is mostly expressionless, only having 2 eyes and an unmoving keyhole for a mouth. Now, while there are other mostly expressionless Pokemon out there, they aren't key rings. That's what bothers me the most about Klefki. It's just a key ring.
But it's so goofy.
First off, I think that's a pretty silly object to base a Pokemon off of to begin with, but additionally, it's not changed enough from that original object. I think it would be more interesting if the key-wielding Pokemon wore the keyring as a necklace or had it as a tail, but the whole thing being just a keyring with a face slapped onto it is just not good. And finally, my least favorite water type is Simipour. I don't have much to say about Simipour, since it's one of the Unova monkeys and I already talked about why I don't like those. It's not as bad as Simisear, but it's still really bad. But since that would make this entry disappointingly short, I'll discuss my runner-up least favorite water type Pokemon, Bruxish.
I think most of us can be okay with this one.
Why is it my least favorite water type? Well, because it's ugly. No, that didn't have as much time as I thought it would. So there we have it. Those were my worst Pokemon of
That was a
every
valid
single
one.
type. Thank you so much for watching this video, and just want to let you guys know this is the last video I am filming in this house. Jubilee and I are doing a big move from Houston, Texas out to Los Angeles, California. We're really excited.
Oh, dang.
But it also means that if I'm a little bit less active on social media the next couple weeks, that is why. Also, if you want to kill time by watching some more of my videos, I recommend this one right here. All right, that's all I have for now. So till next time, pick your fans. Gotta catch them all.
Oh my god. It's from 6 years ago, 2019. Let's see what some of these comments have to say. Farfetch doesn't even get an evolution. This part aged well. For those who don't understand why Alolan Executor is a dragon type, it's based on the ancient Hawaiian myths of dragons disguising themselves as trees. Ampharos' name in Japanese is Denyu, meaning electric current. Also in Japanese, Denryu means electric dragon. Ampharos' mega evolution is literally just a Japanese dad joke. Galarian Farfetch'd is sick. I love Surfetch'd. Oh my god. Alternative title Michael Rosa Pokemon of every type. There was some hot takes in this video. Holy shit. There was a lot of very hot takes. You should watch as I think it calls place in the Pokemon where we wouldn't live in. Throw it in my suggestions channel. I think I did pull some videos from yesterday in the suggestions channel. Mega Ampharos is awesome. I agree. I do love Mega Ampharos. Mega Ampharos is pretty sick. NGL. Altus Shadow Me, thank you so much for the 100 bits. Did you know that you are pretty? Yes, pretty heckin' silly. I am silly. I am silly. Anywho, okay, chat. I need to pee. I need to pee pretty bad. I will be right back. Promise me you won't leave. Got it? Promise me you won't leave. Give me like 3 minutes to go and take a piss. Okay? I'm gonna hit the hey, good night. Good night! I will be right back. Anonymous for that 10 gifted. Anonymous, I don't know if you're in here, and you probably aren't, but that's okay. But do you ever intend on letting me out? do you ever intend on letting me out? Is that no snitches? Thank you for leaving the Ferret walk. Every stream has become a joyful experience. It's a very joyful experience. But you're already out. What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? What the heck? Thank you for the 10 again. Why? Let me out! Let me out! Let me out! Good night, everyone. Enjoy the stream. Good night, Virus. Let me out! Anonymous, thank you for the 10 gifted again. Crying emoji. Crying emoji. Do you think I know everything pre-editing? One second. Ha! Evo, thank you for the 5 gifted. How are we almost back to 2 hours? How are we almost back to 2 hours? Suffering from success. Real. That's so real. Anyways. More! React. Because I just love MJ TV. Best Pokemon to use in every game. If Garchomp is not in the Gen 4 games, I'm going to crash out. I'm going just straight blown crash out. So we're gonna watch Best Pokemon to use in every game by MJ TV.
Greetings, Boogie fans! Michael here, and a few months ago,
Did you say more? I did not say more.
I made a video going over which starter was the best one to pick for every main series Pokemon game in regards to how well it matched up against its particular game. This video will be a similar concept, but instead of the best starter, it's the best
You notice his beard coming in? This is when he starts to grow up.
In addition to your starter. I will be going over what I believe to be the best Pokemon to have on a playthrough team alongside your starter in every main series Pokemon game. For a Pokemon to be selected as the best, it must be obtained relatively early and easily, match up well against a lot of the big battles in the game, and, of course, be a strong and useful Pokemon. Also, my goal is to find Pokemon that are useful no matter which starter you pick. So because of that, I will be intentionally excluding any grass, fire, or water type Pokemon, plus electric or normal, if it's one of the games where that is the starter type. And I think this goes without saying, but just in case, this will be my opinion. Which Pokemon is the best for this is a subjective thing, since there's no way to know for sure with a mathematical method or formula. I can assure you, though, my decisions are based on...
Yeah, I feel like Gen 1 Nidoking should be up there.
Hard
100%.
data, like their stats, movesets, location, etc., not just on which Pokemon species I happen to personally like. So don't forget to subscribe to my channel, tap that bell for notifications, you know the thing. And let's get started with Generation 1, the games being Red, Blue, and Yellow.
Oh my god. I do want to play these at some point, but I'm scared.
And for these, I narrowed it down to 2 Pokemon. The first is Nidoking.
No, and no one was surprised.
You can get Nidoran male very early on Route 22 next to Viridian before you even enter Viridian Forest, and since it evolves into Nidorino early and the Moonstone is obtained early in Mount Moon, you can get a Nidoking very early. Its level up moveset is atrocious, but its TM move pool is so wide that you can easily make up for that. Nidoking is actually the Gen 1 speedrun Pokemon of choice since it can be so strong so early, learning Thrash at just level 23.
Disgusting.
Combine that with its ability to learn Horn Drill, an OHKO move you can make always hit with a times accuracy, and you've got a Pokemon that can sweep through a lot. However, Nidoking has a few drawbacks. They're not huge ones, but they're worth mentioning. The first is that, as I said, it needs TMs to have good moves, aside from Thrash and I guess Horn Drill too. So that kind of is gonna burn through your TM reservoir. Since TMs are one use, then done.
Ah, that's right. They're not multi-use like they are now.
Also, it's a poison type, which is not great. Poison is pretty much not useful offensively since most grass types are also poison types, and it makes it overlap with Venusaur if you pick Venusaur. Like I said, these aren't huge drawbacks. Nidoking is still great and I think worth using, but there's one Pokemon that I think is a bit better than Nidoking in Gen 1, and that Pokemon is Alakazam. Alakazam is a psychic type, which by nature,
the damn Spoon Man,
makes it overpowered in Gen 1. I won't go into too much detail about this since I've discussed it a lot in videos lately, but in short, the Psychic type was amazing because it had effectively no weaknesses. The Dark type didn't exist, Psychic was immune to Ghost in Gen 1, and the bug moves were so weak they may as well not have been there. So a Psychic type, you should probably have one on your team in Gen 1 no matter what it is. But Alakazam specifically is the best non-legendary Psychic type out there. It's the strongest. There are a few that technically have higher base stat totals, Starmie, Exeggutor, and Hypno, but Alakazam has the highest special stat and highest speed stat of all of them, which, in my opinion, are the most important stats for a Psychic type. Side note, in Gen 1, Special Attack and Special Defense were just one stat. So Alakazam's massive base 135 special stat—
that's crazy. That's a thick special stat.
means it hit like a truck and took special hits extremely well. It doesn't take physical attacks well, but it's so fast and hits so hard that it's just gonna outspeed an Oko most of the time anyway.
Yeah, it's not yeah, he's gonna get Oko'd the opponent's Pokemon before it even gets to move.
It's also extremely accessible. Abra can be found before you get your second badge, and while switch training it to evolve into a Kadabra is a bit annoying, once it evolves, you can make it an Alakazam immediately since it evolves by trading. So you can have an Alakazam at level 16, and it'll have Confusion right away and continue learning better and better Psychic moves as it levels up. Yes, it does require trading to evolve, but honestly, I don't think that should be a disqualifying factor, since if you're playing on a ROM, you can get around that, and if you're playing on the Virtual Console, you can do the trading with the Virtual Console versions. If you're playing on a legit cartridge on an old Game Boy,
good luck.
You might have more trouble. But honestly, Kadabra is still pretty good. It's just a slightly less good Alakazam. In short, Alakazam is very strong, very fast, easily accessible, and has the best typing in the game, the most broken a type has ever been. It is wildly helpful for any Gen 1 team. Next up is Generation 2, the games being Gold, Silver, and Crystal. And the best team member, in my opinion, is still Alakazam. Although first, I suppose I should mention my two runner-ups. Runners? I'm not sure which one. Anyways, those two are Kenya the Spearow and Ampharos. Kenya is the Spearow.
Well, what happened to you not liking Ampharos, huh? I remember that video.
That you're supposed to take to some guy's friend, but you are completely capable of just holding on to it and committing Grand Theft Spearow. Kenya is great because it's a strong flying type with access to the best single-turn flying move in the game, Drill Peck, and it's technically a traded Pokemon, meaning it gets boosted experience, which is wildly helpful. Its normal typing can also come in handy against the occasional ghost-type foes. Ampharos is also very good. Its electric typing helps out in a lot of places, and it's found extremely early, allowing you to have super effective damage against the first gym and the second gym's strongest Pokemon, Scyther. It also matches
Mega Ampharos, I guess that's fair. That's fair.
Up well against several later game battles, and being an electric type means it only has one weakness. Unfortunately, it's not available in Crystal, but in my opinion, neither are as widely useful as Alakazam. Now, Alakazam did get some nerfs between Gens 1 and 2 that I should cover. The Dark type is now a thing, It lost its immunity to Ghost and is weak to it instead, and its special stat was split into Special Attack and Special Defense, resulting in a drop to its Special Defense. The Bug type was still mostly garbage though, so that's still not much of a problem. but the buffs that Alakazam got in Gen 2 more than outweigh the nerfs in my opinion. Fearow and Ampharos excel at their particular types. Alakazam can excel at several. Fearow's only physical coverage moves are the 20 base power Mud Slap and Steel Wing, which is risky coverage since it's only good against the types that Fearow is weak to. Ampharos's only special coverage move is Fire Punch, which is good but very limited. Meanwhile,
I think it's very niche too, no?
Alakazam can learn all 3 elemental punches.
Which is so good!
Which nowadays
You can
are
all have
useless
all
on
of
it
them.
since they're physical moves, but back then they were special moves, which means they can take advantage of Alakazam's incredible base 135 special attack.
Disgusting.
This coverage is so good
TLDR, this video, Alakazam is broken.
that literally not
That's
a
what we're
single
learning.
Pokemon in the
Alakazam is
game
just broken.
resists all 4 of those types. And incredibly, the elemental punches are TMs you can buy in the Goldenrod department store. You can catch Abra right outside of Goldenrod, and like before, trading involves Kadabra right away, which means you can have an Alakazam with Confusion, Thunder Punch, Ice Punch, and Fire Punch at the absurdly low level of 16. That incredible coverage of strong moves, and you'll only replace Confusion with better psychic moves as it levels up, means that you can just body most of the game with just Alakazam. Its psychic typing sweeps through Team Rocket's poison types, Morty's poison ghosts, Chuck's fighting types, Koga's poison types, and Bruno's fighting types. Its coverage is also incredible, giving it super effective moves for at least one member of every single Johto Gym Leader or Elite Four members team other than Whitney, but Whitney's gonna suck no matter what you use. Like I said, Kenya and Ampharos are still very good and absolutely worth using in my opinion. But Alakazam's incredible power and speed and move pool and the fact that you can have it at such a low level makes it the best by a sizable margin in my opinion. Yes, it is still a trade evolution, but hey, like I said, you can get around that. And also Kadabra is still very good. It's got like base 120 special attack and 105 speed, which isn't as good, but that's still great. Next is Generation 3, starting with the Hoenn games, Ruby, Sapphire, and Emerald. And these games don't have as much of a standout Pokemon like the first 2 generations did. Well, they do, but it's a starter, Swampert. Swampert is amazing in these games,
Disgusting.
but obviously I'm not picking a starter in this situation. A Pokemon that is not my pick for best team member, but I think should be mentioned is Hariyama. It's obtainable very early, and the fighting
Punchy Man
type is excellent for many battles in the game. I might have picked Hariyama as the best team member for this video, if not for Blaziken, because Blaziken is a fighting type, so if you choose Torchic, there's really no reason for you to pick Hariyama. Although, I heavily recommend it if you pick Trico or Mudkip though. My selection for these games is a Pokemon that is really important no matter which starter you pick, and that is Manectric. The electric type is basically a necessity in Hoenn, because after all...
Oh yeah, because all the water.
water is everywhere, and grass cannot handle all water types on its own. Manectric is your best option for an electric type, because not only does it have very solid special attack and speed, but it's also the earliest accessible electric type, being found between the 2nd and 3rd gyms. Okay, technically Plusle and Minun are also found in the same spot, but dear God, do not use them. In addition to having electric attacking power,
I know, they're kind of ass. I just like Plusle and Minun.
It also comes with Thunder Wave right away, which is always helpful, especially for catching other team members later. Bite is not the most stellar coverage move, but at least it uses Manectric's superior special attack stat in this gen. Manectric has the best time in Emerald because you fight both Juan and Wallace, but it's still gonna be super useful in all 3 Hoenn games because water and flying types are everywhere.
There's like most of the fucking game.
You need an electric type.
Can you play Gen 3 without an electric type on your team, or would that just make it incredibly difficult?
And Manectric is the best one. Next up is Fire Red and Leaf Green, the first remakes in this video. Now, in most of my something in every game videos,
I see.
the answer for the remakes is the same as the originals. But that is not the case here, because Alakazam got worse. while Nidoking got better. The reason for Alakazam getting worse is that the nerfs to Alakazam between Gens 1 and 2 were balanced out by Alakazam getting the 3 elemental punches in Gen 2. However, in Fire Red and Leaf Green, it can't learn them at all. Alakazam's Fire Red Leaf Green coverage is limited to just Shockwave and Thief. I mean, there are other physical moves, but physical moves don't matter for Alakazam. Now, don't get me wrong, I still heavily recommend using Alakazam. The Psychic type is still incredible in the Kanto region due to the underwhelming bug types and complete lack of dark types, and it's still a very powerful Pokemon you can get at a very low level.
Literally just broken. Again, all roads lead back to Alakazam.
It's just not my pick for the best one anymore, because it's not as ridiculously overpowered as it was before. Meanwhile, Nidoking, which already had a fantastic move pool, has an even better one in Gen 3, and it can take advantage of all of these attacks since its physical and special attack are both solid. It learns water, ice, fighting, fire, steel, electric, ground, ghost, poison, rock, dark, and normal moves.
Jesus Christ!
Plus the only good bug move at the time, Megahorn. That is at least one attack from 13 of the 17 types at
That is so much. What the fuck?
the time. That is absurd. Combine that with its all-around solid stats
That is
and the
so
fact you can,
much!
again, get one as low as level 16, and you have just a freaking incredibly versatile Pokemon. Yes, it's still a poison type, which overlaps with Venusaur, and yes, you're probably gonna have to use single-use TMs on it, but those are the only cons, and the pros of it vastly outweigh the cons in my opinion. Nidoking, you can use it for pretty much any major battle if you make its move pool right, which you can. Now on to Generation 4, starting with the Sinnoh games, Diamond, Pearl, and Platinum. And for me, this choice was easy. Staraptor. Every pre-gen
No one is surprised. The fucking fighting bird, so disgusting.
7 team needs a flyer, and Staraptor is not only the best flyer option in Sinnoh, but it's also just freaking incredible, period. First off, it's accessible. You literally can catch Starly in the first route.
Okay, I understand why it's not Garchomp, because you could literally catch Starly just right away. Gibble, you have to wait quite some time.
Of the game. Secondly, it has fantastic stats. Base
Over
120
Gyarados is good too.
physical attack
I'm telling you, Gen 4 is cooking.
and 100 speed is very good. And it's not super frail either. Finally, it has access to the moves it needs to dominate. Fly was buffed to 90 base power in Gen 4, so you can do big damage with that, or another flying move like Aerial Ace or Brave Bird. It of course can devastate enemies with Stab Return, but then it also gets Close Combat. The best
I love that damn move on Staraptor. Close Combat was so stupidly good.
fighting move in the game, which allows it to take out Rock and Ice types, 2 of its 3 weaknesses. Basically, if you're not using a Staraptor in Sinnoh, you're doing something wrong. Or you've already used one before and you want to change it up, which is fair, but still, you should be using Staraptor. Next is Heart Gold and Soul Silver, and like with Fire Red and Leaf Green, I'm not keeping my answer the same between the originals and the remakes.
And that's
so
fair, because it's
Alakazam
basically
has been dethroned.
Yeah.
Alakazam is still very solid,
basically just different games.
but it's got the same issues it had in Fire Red and Leaf Green. Not much coverage. The elemental punches are now post-game move tutors, not early game TMs, but even if they were early game TMs, they're physical now, so they're useless on Alakazam. Plus, dark types are in the Johto region, and the bug type is not bad anymore, so Alakazam is really hurting in Gen 4. It's still very good. It's a solid psychic type, but it's definitely not OP anymore. So to me, it makes sense to swap out Alakazam for one of my 2 original runner-ups. Runners-up. Still don't know.
Runner-ups?
Kenya the Pharaoh or Ampharos. Both of these Pokemon got some pretty substantial buffs between Gen 2 and Gen 4. Pharaoh now has access to stronger Fly, Aerial Ace at a pretty low level, and a few other coverage moves like U-Turn. Ampharos now gets Discharge not long after evolving, plus the coverage moves of Signal Beam and Power Gem. Both of these Pokemon hit pretty hard. Fearow is just faster, and Ampharos is bulkier. Both of these Pokemon are excellent, and I definitely recommend using them, but I think I have to give the edge to Ampharos because of how absurdly early you can get it. Before you even fight Falkner. You can use it for super effective damage in his gym, right?
Juna, Unagi, my wife. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. For those who are new here, hi, my name is Poseidon. I'm the goddess of the seas, earthquakes, and horses. I'm a VTuber with the VTuber talent. Mythos. I really like Pokemon. I love TCGs. I love RPGs. I love cardboard. Thank you so much for the raise. How was your stream? Hold up. Let me VIP you on Twitch. How was your stream? Eel Raid. Welcome in, raiders. Welcome in, welcome in. We're reacting to some Pokemon videos today. All I got out of that was I love cardboard. It's because I do love cardboard. We are reacting to best Pokemon to use in every game by MNJTV.
Right away, then against Bugsy's Scyther, then use it to paralyze Whitney's Miltank, which is
Thank God!
very helpful, and I highly recommend doing that.
That sounded so personal.
Which means that this Pokemon is at least partially helpful in all 3 of the first 3 gyms. It continues to be helpful later, particularly against Claire and Lance, and once it gets Signal Beam, that's some really nice bug-type coverage. Also, it only has 1 weakness, which is nice. Ampharos is not as much of a standout as Alakazam was in Gen 2, but it is still a staple member of any Johto team. I still recommend Kenya and Alakazam though. It's just Ampharos is, I think, the best one. Now on to Generation 5, starting with Black and White. And one thing I want to say up front is that I think your team should have a fighting type, like Conkeldurr or Sock or Scrafty.
Sock, my goat. Sock was like my ace whenever I played those games.
However, I can't select any of these Pokemon as the best member for any starter because of Emboar. It doesn't
You chose Emboar, then you don't need to get the others.
make sense to use one of these fighting types if you've picked Emboar. But you should use a fighting type if you don't pick him.
Sock on something. What the fuck?
The Pokemon I decided on is Excadrill.
What?
You can get Drillbur very early, before the second gym, and its ground typing is helpful against...
I played Pokemon Black for both of those games. So I was a Sock girly.
Lisa. Then once it evolves into Excadrill, it becomes very versatile and useful. It either resists or is immune to 11 of the
Mega Excadrill's pretty sick too.
17 types, and it has very diverse coverage that lets it be useful against a lot of big important plot battles. Combine those benefits with a monstrous attack stat, decent bulk, and great HP, and you've got a fantastic Pokemon on your squad. I do want to mention that Crocodile is also a very useful Pokemon here. I just gave the edge to Excadrill because its Steel typing is really helpful defensively. Now on to Black 2 and White 2, and a Pokemon I want to mention up front that is not my pick here is Lucario. Riolu is
because you can get him so early.
Available
like right before the first gym.
For the first gym. And if you devote the effort to raising its friendship, you can have a Lucario very early, which is fantastic. Lucario is not only strong, but the fighting and steel types are both very good in the Unova region. However, like in Black and White, a fighting type Pokemon overlaps with Emboar, and therefore, it doesn't make sense to use Lucario if you pick Tepig. Since Lucario is not a smart choice for all 3 starters, it can't be my selection here. Although I think it would be the best if Emboar was not a fighting type. But since I can't go with Lucario, I'm going with another steel type. This time, Magnezone. Magnemite can be caught before the second gym, which is very early, so it can be a reliable team member close to right off the bat. While it's not strong against poison, it is immune to it, making it useful against Roxy immediately. Additionally, since the electric field location is timed quite nicely, your Magnemite will likely have just become a Magneton when you get there. So you can turn it into its strongest form, which has incredible stats, immediately. Another reason it's great is because the Steel Electric typing is very good. Electric is of course strong against Skyla and Marlin, but Magnezone resists the primary attacking type for every single gym leader except Clay. Excadrill is still pretty solid,
fine.
but you get it later in the game now, plus the swapping of a gym leader that it was strong against, Bryson, for a gym leader that it's weak against, Marlin, hurts it a lot in my opinion. Magnezone will be an effective wall for you for many different battles, plus it gets Thunder Wave early, which is always nice, and it hits like a truck. Next up is Generation 6, starting with X and Y, and an honorable mention I want to say up front is Talonflame. It's got
That's such a good one.
great stats, available very early
But if you pick Fennekin, do you really need Talonflame?
on, very solid Pokemon. However, it's a fire type, and in X and Y you have 2 different chances to select a fire type starter, so chances are high that its fire typing will be redundant.
just be
Therefore, it
buns.
is not a good pick, no matter your starter. To me, there is a clear and easy choice for the best team member in X and Y. Mega Lucario. Riolu
And no one is surprised.
is found extremely early, before you even fight the first gym, and while it's not much help in that first gym, it's stellar against Grant later. You could wait to just get the gift one from Karina, but I personally recommend catching your own Riolu early because it's helpful against Grant. By the time you get to the Tower of Mastery, it's likely a Lucario, and then you get its Mega Stone, the first
just
Mega
steal it.
Evolution you use in the game.
Gift Pokemon.
And let me tell you something, Mega Lucario is busted. Adaptability
Disgusting.
changes its stat boost from 1.5 times to 2 times, so that's already amazing. But then the thing has base 145 attack, 140 special attack, and base 112 speed. And you have this monster before you even have 4 badges. Mega Lucario can
Just sweep the whole game with this guy. You're chilling.
easily sweep through the rest of the game.
That's literally what I said.
Doesn't even matter the type matchup, honestly. Ramos can't touch it, 2 of Clement's 3 Pokemon are weak to fighting, Valerie gets destroyed, Olympia is neutral, Wolfric gets obliterated, it resists Drasna, and then it beats half of Diantha's team. It is wildly
Wonderful.
overpowered. Now I know what you're thinking, Lucario is a fighting type, which overlaps with Chestnut, and I just disqualified Lucario in Black 2 and White 2 for overlapping with Emboar. However, there's a difference here. Lucario and Emboar are pretty equally effective fighting type Pokemon for a playthrough. But Mega Lucario is a vastly superior fighting type.
Significantly better than whatever the fuck that Chespin. I always forget his last evolution's name is.
Pokemon to Chestnut. And besides,
Yeah,
the 2
Chestnut,
only
there you
share
go.
one weakness, to fire. It is absolutely worth it to use Mega Lucario even if you picked Chestnut. But honestly, you shouldn't pick Chestnut anyways. Mega Venusaur is a vastly superior grass type. Now on to a Mega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire. And actually, for these remakes, I'm keeping my answer the same. Manectric. The electric type is still very important in the Hoenn region, and Manectric was the best one in Gen 3, but now it's even better. Manectric got 3 big buffs between Gen 3 and Gen 6. Number 1, Lightning Rod now makes it immune to electric and boosts its special attack when it's hit. Number 2, it has many more coverage moves, including Flamethrower and Snarl. And number 3,
good.
it
What
can
the
now
heck?
Mega Evolve. The stone can be found before you get the Mega Bracelet, which means you can Mega Evolve it as early as possible. And let me tell you, Mega Manectric is vicious. Base 135 special attack.
Oh my
and
god, I
speed.
didn't realize how fast this guy was. I mean, it makes sense.
This thing will decimate so many opponents. Next up is Generation 7, starting with Sun and Moon. And up front, I want to say that Rabombi is great if you don't pick Primarina, and Alolan Muck is great if you don't pick Incineroar. I highly recommend both of those Pokemon, but of course, they substantially overlap with starters, so they can't be my pick here. They are
Fair.
excellent though. The Pokemon that I think is the best that doesn't overlap with any starters is Toucanon. It's the
Ooh,
regional
really?
bird, which means you can
I
pick
don't know. I never used Toucanon.
it up right away on like the very first route of the game, which is nice. It's not as impressive stat-wise as some of the other regional birds, having great attack, decent bulk, but disappointing speed. But that's not a big issue here in my opinion, because the flying type is just so good in Alola. A normal flying Pokemon is good for Hala, the Grass Trial, the Ghost Trial defensively, Guzma, the Dragon Trial, Hapu defensively,
Okay,
Hala
damn.
again, and Acerola defensively. Clearly a flying type Pokemon, potentially with the normal type tacked on, is very useful for an Alola playthrough, and Toucanon is your best flying type option in Sun and Moon. But it doesn't stop there, because it can fulfill other roles too, thanks
does make sense.
to its surprisingly solid coverage with moves like Smackdown, Brick Break, Flame Charge, Steel Wing, Thief, and U-Turn,
That's a pretty good moveset, hello?
plus Skill Link boosted Fury Attack, Bullet Seed, and Rock Blast once you get to the move tutor. Like I
Okay,
said, it's
damn.
held back a bit by its speed, but hey, you get the Quick Claw pretty freaking early, so that can sometimes get around that. Toucanon is a very solid Pokemon that I absolutely recommend you use in Sun and Moon. However, in Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, a new Pokemon was added to the game that outclasses Toucanon. Hawlucha.
Yes!
This Pokemon is absurdly useful in Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. Like, oh my god, let's just list off the reasons why. Number 1, Hawlucha has excellent stats, which are made even more impressive due to how early you can get it, at like level 9. Number 2, you can get Cha the Hawlucha from an in-game trade before the normal trial, meaning you can use it for that battle, and it's a traded Pokemon, allowing it to conveniently level up faster. And number 3, the combination of Flying and Fighting Stab is super effective against the majority of the major battles in the game. The Totem Gumshoos Eradicate, Hala, the Totem Araquanid, the Totem Lurantis, Olivia, the Totem Togedemaru, Guzma, Nanu, the Totem Kamou-o, the Totem Rabambi, Mullane, and Olivia again are all weak to fighting or flying. Sure, some of them can hit Hawlucha back with super effective damage, but like, come on, the fact that fighting and flying cover all of those battles is ridiculous. Seriously,
it is
guys,
ridiculous.
whether it's the in-game trade Hawlucha named Cha or just one you find in the grass, use a Hawlucha. I've done it myself. It was great. Next up is Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee, and I'll keep this one short. It's still Nidoking.
Okay.
Alakazam is still quite good, but its limited coverage simply cannot measure up to Nidoking's unrivaled move pool. Plus, Venusaur is not a starter anymore, so there's not even the con of Nidoking's poison typing overlapping with one of the starters.
True.
Nidoking's incredible. Then finally is Generation 8, Pokemon Sword and Shield. And to me, the choice is clear, Corviknight. Rookie D is found on literally the first route of the game, which is as accessible as it gets. Its pure flying type is also very good, completely walling fighting types rather than being neutral to them. The type combination of Flying Steel is also excellent. Not only is it fantastic defensively, since it has 2 immunities, 8 resistances, and only 2 weaknesses, but it allows Corviknight to help out in 6 of the 8 gyms in Sword, 5 of the 8 in Shield. Milo, Kabu Centiskorch, Bee, Opal, Gordy, Melanie, and Raihan. It's not hurt by sand and has the type advantage over Gigalith. Combine those benefits with its very solid stats, it's quite a bulky Pokemon, which is nice, and you have a very good Pokemon to use on your team in Pokemon Sword and Shield. So in summation, the best non-starter team members to pick in every game are Alakazam in Gen 1, Alakazam in Gen 2, Manectric
Alakazam
in
Gen
the Gen 3
3,
Owen
Alakazam
games,
Gen 4.
Nidoking in Fire Red and Leaf Green,
That Corviknight is so
Staraptor
good.
in the Sinnoh games, Ampharos in Heart Gold and Soul Silver, Excadrill in Black and White, Magnezone in Black 2 and White 2, Mega Lucario in X and Y, Mega Manectric in Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire, Toucanon in Sun and Moon, Hawlucha in Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, Nidoking in Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee, and Corviknight in Sword and Shield. Thank you so much for watching, and an extra special thanks to my patrons over on Patreon, who are helping support my channel during a time for lower than they should be YouTube ad rates. If you want to help support me in the same way, the link is in the description below. If you want to check out some more of my fun Pokemon content, I recommend these videos here. Alright, that's all I have for now, so until next time, big fans. Gotta catch them all.
Alakazam for this one, Alakazam for that one, Nidoking for this one. Who the heck is surprised? No one! No one is surprised! Oh my gosh. That was a fun one. I do love his videos. His videos are awesome. Speaking of M&J TV being awesome, we have another M&J TV video we're going to be reacting to. If every Pokemon gym leader was the last one has to have the most banger team. They're the strongest one out of the gym leaders. So I'm assuming he's going to do every gym leader that isn't the last one and rework their teams? Question mark? I think that's what I'm getting at. So anyways, if every Pokemon gym leader was the last one by M&J TV.
Greetings, Boogie fans! Michael here.
We're for the stream that we're doing this in, we're watching a lot of Baby Mikey videos.
And one of my favorite moments from Pokemon Origins, the mini-series chronicling Red's journey through the Kanto region.
If you have not watched Pokemon Origins, please make time to watch it because it's genuinely a really good watch.
Comes in the first episode right before he battles Brock. Brock asks Red how many badges he has, and when Red responds that he has none, Brock selects just 2 Pokemon to fight against Red with, despite Red using more. I love this scene because
it's such an interesting concept. Like, there isn't, I'm assuming there isn't like a specific route in the anime. Like, if you just show up to Brock's gym, you tell him, okay, I have this many badges, he's gonna pick out of his pool of Pokemon the 2 most appropriate Pokemon to use. But you could also go to him when you have like 7 badges and he could use like every single one of his party. I think that's such an interesting concept. It's so cool. I really wish Scarlet and Violet did that, because I know in Scarlet and Violet there was an order that you should be following when you like go around, but I really wish that you could do like a free reign where, let's say I decided to battle Iono first. She was like level capped to depending on how many like objectives I finished, or I could go to her last and she'd be super strong. I really wish they did that, but unfortunately they didn't. And I hope they do it with Winds and Waves, because that would be so cool.
it explains a logically weird part of the main series games. Why do so many gym leaders, who are career trainers whose job it is to be good at Pokemon battles, so often have weak teams with very few Pokemon? Obviously, the actual answer is that the games would be impossibly hard otherwise, because you'd fight the first gym leader with level 50 Pokemon and that would be stupid. But this bit from Pokemon Origins provides us an in-universe logical explanation for why this happens. The gym leaders are seeing how many badges you, the player, has, and then deciding how tough of a team to use against you to make it fair. Now, obviously there are exceptions, like you can skip Brawly and Gen 3 Hoenn, and then if you go back and fight him later with 7 badges, he still has the same team as he would if you only had 1, but this is an in-universe explanation.
Yeah, we're not talking
something
about games here, and I don't think
that's 100% always true in the games themselves. I was thinking about what teams the various gym leaders would have if they were the final one that you battled. So you had 7 gym badges, and they could use their best team. So in this video, I'm going to be giving every single main series gym leader a squad of 6 Pokemon that I think would make sense for them to use in an all-out final gym leader battle. Although I probably should mention that very few final gym leaders actually use 6 Pokemon.
Yeah,
but
they're like maybe 4 to 5?
I think they should use 6 Pokemon, so I'm giving them 6 Pokemon anyways because that's more fun. Also, because the idea is that these are the final gym leaders, which is still before the league, and therefore still before you have the national Pokedex, I'm going to be limiting their team rosters to Pokemon that are available in their particular regional Pokedex. So, for example, Lieutenant Surge can have Magneton, but not Magnezone, because Magnezone is not in the Kanto regional Pokedex.
That makes sense.
So don't forget to subscribe to my channel, and let's get started with the Kanto gym leaders, beginning with, of course, Brock. His squad of 6 is pretty easy, the 6 fully evolved rock types of Kanto: Onix, Golem, Omastar, Kabutops, Aerodactyl, and Rhydon. No Steelix and no Rhyperior because of what I said about
Mega Steelix would have been so sick.
limiting their teams to their regional Pokedexes. Also, something that's relevant for all of the Kanto gym leaders is that I'm making their teams as if you're fighting them in a Kanto playthrough, not in a post-game Johto playthrough. I think it would be confusing to give them teams for both, and I think it makes sense to focus on their Kanto-only teams since those were the games that they debuted in. One more thing I should mention that's true for all of the gym leaders is that I'll be trying to give them Pokemon that they've used somewhere before. I tend to prioritize Pokemon that they use in initial gym battles, but I can also take Pokemon from the Pokemon World Tournament or rematches, for example. Next is Misty. Her squad would be Starmie, Golduck, Lapras, Gyarados, Vaporeon, and Seaking. Starmie is obvious. Golduck and
It's me!
Lapras are from several places. Gyarados and Vaporeon are from her Let's Go rematch team, and Seaking she used in the Pokemon World Tournament. Next is Lieutenant Surge, whose team would be the fully evolved in Kanto electric types. Raichu, Electrode, Magneton, Electabuzz, and Jolteon. Well, obviously, Zapdos is a fully evolved electric type in Kanto too, but we can't give him a legendary, so
it'd be disgusting if he had just a random ass Zapdos on his team.
Needs a repeat. Since Lieutenant Surge has used 2 Electrodes on his team before in the Johto games, I think a second Electrode would make sense. Erica's team would be Vileplume,
Double
Parasect,
explosion.
Victreebel, Exeggutor, Tangela, and Venusaur, the 6 fully evolved grass types in the Kanto region. I don't really want to give her Venusaur because I prefer not to give gym leaders or Elite Four members starters if I can avoid it, but I would rather give her a starter than a repeat. So Venusaur,
And that's fair.
Erica gets to use. Next is Koga, and remember this is him as a gym leader, not as an Elite Four member later. So some of the Pokemon he used on his Elite Four teams are no longer fair game because they're not in the original 151. His team would be Weezing, Muck, Venomoth, Golbat, Tentacruel, and Arbok. The first 5 are all Pokemon that he's used as a gym leader at least once, and Arbok is there because it's a pure poison type that he's somehow never used. And by golly,
Literally
I think he
makes
should
no
use it.
sense.
Arbok is a cool looking Pokemon.
I do like Arbok. I do like Snake.
Topic of Koga, that brings us to Janine. Janine is Koga's daughter who took over the Fuchsia City gym after Koga moved on to the Elite Four. Now Janine is a special case compared to most other Kanto gym leaders because she's only ever appeared in Johto games. Okay, she's appeared in later games, Black 2 and White 2 specifically, but she's never been a Kanto gym leader in a Kanto-only game, which means...
Koga had one in the manga, but it got brutally murdered. Why? Oh no! That's actually so sad.
Anytime she's been there,
Oh, no.
she's had access to Johto Pokemon, and you would battle her in a game where Johto
Okay,
Pokemon are part
damn.
of the regional Pokedex. Therefore, unlike most Kanto gym leaders, she can use Johto Pokemon. Her team would be Crobat, Weezing, Ariados, Venomoth, Tentacruel, and Nidoqueen. The first 4 are
Okay.
species she uses in initial battles, then Tentacruel and Nidoqueen are added because she used them in the Pokemon World Tournament.
Manga, the Elite Four were evil.
Next is Sabrina, and her team would be the fully evolved, non-legendary Psychic-type Pokemon of the Kanto region.
Just all of them.
Excluding Starmie. Gym leaders can have duplicate Pokemon, that's fine, but I don't want a gym leader's strongest Pokemon to be used by any others. So since Starmie is Misty's ace, I don't want Sabrina using it.
Yeah.
Her team is Alakazam, Mr. Mime, Hypno, Jinx, Slowbro, and Exeggutor. I know she's had Venomoth before, but I am not giving her Venomoth. It was so dumb that she ever had a Venomoth.
Yeah, what the heck? How that makes no sense, like at all.
Because there were so many other psychic types available.
Literally at all,
Blaine would
doesn't
have
make any
Arcanine, Rapidash, Ninetales, Magmar, Flareon, and Charizard. This is another situation like Erica. I don't want to give him a starter, but it's the only fully evolved fire type left, aside from Moltres, but obviously he's not getting Moltres.
Yeah.
So he's got to have a Charizard or else have a repeat. Next is Giovanni, the final gym leader in a Kanto playthrough. So I guess technically his team is already acceptable, but
Just leave
like
it
I
alone.
said, I'm gonna give him a team of 6 because that's more fun. Oh, and also his
Okay.
teams are usually riddled with repeats, so I want to make them all unique this time. His team would be Nidoking, Nidoqueen, Dugtrio, Rhydon, Sandslash, and
Oh, okay.
Marowak. The first 4 are Pokemon he's used in gym battles before,
other 2 are
while the
just
latter
Team
2 are
Rocket
ground
Pokemon.
types he's used in the Pokemon World Tournament. I am not giving him Persian. The only reason he has ever had a Persian is because of the freaking anime. And it's not a ground type. The final Kanto gym leader is Blue, who already has a team of 6 Pokemon. I think he's the only final gym leader who actually has a full team of 6. And you fight him after you beat the Pokemon League the first time. I think his Heart Gold Silver team is my favorite and the one I would have him stick with. His Gold Silver Crystal team had Alakazam over Machamp, but like I mentioned earlier, I don't want the ace of one gym leader to be used by another. And Alakazam is Sabrina's ace. Also, yes, this does mean I have given Exeggutor to 3 Kanto gym leaders, Sabrina, Erica, and Blue. However,
They just really like the palm tree, man.
the idea is that these are the teams you would have if you fought them last, and just fought this particular one last. So the other 2, you would fight earlier, and then they wouldn't have Exeggutors. Now on to the Johto gym leaders, starting with Faulkner. His squad would be Pidgeot, Noctowl, Fearow, Dodrio, Murkrow, and Xatu. Pidgeot is his obvious ace, and the others were selected because he used them, or its evolution, in the Johto Leaders Tournament in the Pokemon World
Have you heard
Tournament.
of the
Plus, he also had Dodrio and
Pokemon?
Hoothoot
What is that?
in the anime. Bugsy would have Scizor, Beedrill, Butterfree, Heracross, Pinsir, and Shuckle. The first 3 are his regular gym battle Pokemon evolved up. Pinsir and Heracross were used in his Heart Gold Soul Silver rematch, and Shuckle was used a few times in the Pokemon World Tournament. I also considered giving him Fortress, but Shuckle has more type variety, because
I'd like Shuckle.
otherwise he'd have 2 Bug Steel types. Whitney, would have Miltank, Clefable, which is now a fairy type, but you would be battling her in a game where it's still a normal type, so it's still okay here.
Okay.
Blissey, Wigglytuff, Lickitung, and Girafarig. Miltank and Clefable are from her original gym teams, and the other 4 she used elsewhere at least once. She's
Okay,
also
damn.
used more intimidating or angry-looking normal types like Tauros or Ursaring, but I personally feel like her team should stick to the cute or pink aesthetic that her original teams had.
Yeah, that
I
makes
specify
sense.
cute or pink because Miltank and Lickitung are only the latter. Next up is Morty, and dear God, the first 2 generations did not have enough ghost types. Literally
This
the
poor
only
guy.
fully evolved ghost types in the first 2 generations are Gengar and Misdreavus. That is
Literally
So for
it. I'm just gonna give him like psychic types or something.
his team, things are gonna get a little goofy. First, I give him 2 Gengars and 2 Misdreavuses.
Mischievous?
Anyways, 2 of each of them, since there's precedent for that with Phoebe having 2 Dusclops and 2 Banette in Gen 3. For his final 2 Pokemon, I think he should have a Marowak since it's got ghostly ties
Yeah, the poor thing freaking died.
and even has a ghost type regional variant, and then Wheezing because he spends a lot of time in the burned tower. And coughing and wheezing are very common there, so it's likely he could have caught one at some
strange
point. Chuck would have Poliwrath, Primeape, Machamp, and all 3 Hitmons. The first 2 are from his gym battle, and the latter 4 are the other ones he used alongside Primeape and Poliwrath in the Johto Leaders Tournament in the Pokemon World Tournament. Jasmine would have Steelix, 2 Magneton, Scizor, Fortress, and Skarmory. Steelix and her 2 Magneton are her leveled up gym team, and the other 3 are the only fully evolved steel types in Kanto and Johto. The limited number of steel types makes the 2 Magneton necessary. Price would have Piloswine, Dugong, Sneasel, Cloyster, Jinx, and Lapras. The first 2 are gym Pokemon, and the other 4 are ones he used in the Pokemon World Tournament. For Claire, yeah, there's not enough
She's just gonna have a bunch of Dratini's or something.
dragon types. We're gonna have to do that thing that they did in the earlier generations and even sometimes later generations where they're just like, you know what, this Pokemon looks like a dragon, it's fine. Her team would be
Don't worry
Kingdra,
about
2
it.
Dragonites,
I'll do
Gyarados, Aerodactyl, and Charizard. This is basically her Heart Gold Soul Silver rematch team,
Yup.
but with her Dragonair fully evolved. On to Hoenn! Roxanne would have Nosepass in Gen 3 or Probopass in Gen 6, Golem, Armaldo, Cradily, Aggron, and Relicanth. The first 2 come from her gym team, and the other 4 are from her team in the Hoenn Leaders Tournament in the Pokemon World Tournament. There are other rock-type options in the Hoenn regional decks, but since she's used these before, they work the best. Brawly would have Hariyama, Machamp, Medicham, Breloom, Heracross, and Blaziken. Hariyama, Machamp, and Medicham are evolved up gym Pokemon, and the other 3 are the only remaining fully evolved fighting types in the Hoenn Pokedex. Well, actually, Gallade is there in Gen 6, so for Gen 6 Brawly, swap out Blaziken with Gallade so he doesn't have to have a starter. Watson would have Manectric, Magneton, or Magnezone, depending on whether it's Gen 3 or Gen 6, Electrode, Raichu, Plusle, and Minun. The first 3 are, of course, gym Pokemon, and the other 3 he's seen having elsewhere. In fact, in Oris, a Plusle and Minun are shown living in his apartment.
They're just there.
Flannery would have Torkoal, 2 Camerupt, Macargo, Ninetales, and Blaziken. The first 4 are gym Pokemon, including the duplicate Camerupt since she had a Numel and Camerupt in Emerald.
Flannery is hot. Everybody says Flannery is hot.
She's never had a Ninetales, it's in the Hoenn regional decks, and Blaziken, while sadly a starter, is the only fully evolved fire type in the regional decks that's left. I don't like that I have to give Blaziken to both Flannery and Brawly, since it's a starter, but I'd rather give him a Blaziken than give him repeats, and Flannery already has 1 repeat. Norman's team would be Slacking, Spinda, Linoon, Exploud, Zangoose, and Kecleon. The first 3 are from his Emerald Gym team, and the other 3 are from his Pokemon World Tournament roster. Wynona's team would be Altaria, Skarmory, Pelipper, Swellow, Tropius, and Crobat. The first 5 are from her gym teams, and Crobat is a Hoenn Regional Dex Pokemon I picked rather arbitrarily. Of all the fully evolved flying types in the Hoenn Regional Dex that were left as options, so there were Bug-type, Salamence, Dodrio, and Crobat, I felt that Crobat fit her aesthetic the best. Well, there's also Gyarados, which she has used in the Pokemon World Tournament, but Gyarados, despite being a flying type, cannot fly. And honestly, should it have ever been a flying type? Tate and Liza would have
I don't know, Team Sky says otherwise.
Lunatone, Claydol, Xatu, Chimecho, and Grumpig. The first 4 are from the gym teams.
Yeah, Winona having a Salamence makes actually more sense than Crobat in my opinion.
Claydol and Xatu from Emerald, and Chimecho and Grumpig were used by them in the Pokemon World Tournament. The 2 of them actually compete separately in the PWT, but they both use Grumpig and Chimecho in the Hoenn Leaders Tournament. Juan would have Kingdra, Lovedisk, Whiscash, Walrein, Crawdaunt, and Gorbis. The first 5 are his team from Emerald with the Celio evolved, and Gorbis he used in the Pokemon World Tournament. Next is Wallace, who's in a weird situation because he's both a gym leader and a champion in the same generation. And while his final gym team could be his final gym team, just made a bit stronger, I think it would make more sense for him to just use his champion team. Besides, he has used that team as a gym leader before in the postgame of Oris. As a refresher, that team is Wailord, Tentacruel, Ludicolo, Whiscash, Gyarados, and Milotic. It's time for the Sinnoh region. Now, Sinnoh's in a bit of a weird situation because its regional dex increased in size within the generation when Platinum came out. For the sake of simplicity, when I'm picking these gym leaders' teams, I'm allowing myself to pick from the Platinum dex, not the more—
Please pick from the Platinum dex, holy shit.
—more limited Diamond and Pearl decks. If I was limited to the Diamond and Pearl decks, you'd have problems like Flint, the Fire-type Elite 4 member, only having 2 Fire types. Rourke's team would be Rampardos, Onix, Golem, Rhyperior, Probopass, and Sudowoodo. The first 3 are from his gym, and the other 3 are the remaining fully evolved rock types in the Sinnoh dex. The only one of them he's never used at any point before is Rhyperior. Gardenia's team would be the same as her PWT Sinnoh Leaders Tournament team. Roserade, Cherim, Torterra, Carnivine, Leafeon, and Tangrowth. I normally wouldn't choose to give her Torterra since, as I've said, I don't like giving gym leaders starters. I'd give her something else in the Sinnoh dex like the grass-type Wormadam or Tropius, but she's had Turtwig in all of her initial gym battles, so if it's already there, it's fair. Fantina
True.
would have Miss Magius, Driftblim, Gengar, Dusknoir, Spiritomb, and Rotom. The first 4 are from gym battles, and Spiritomb and Rotom she's used in the PWT. I considered giving her Frostlass, but since that's Candace's ace in
Yeah.
Platinum, I didn't think she should have it. Maylene would have Lucario, Machamp, Metacham, Toxicroak, Gallade, and Heracross. The first 3 are from
Makes
her gym
sense.
battles. Toxicroak and Gallade she's used in the PWT, and Heracross is the last non-starter fully evolved fighting type in the Sinnoh Dex. She has used Infernape in the PWT before, but like I said, I'd prefer not to give them starters. Wake's team would be Floatzel, Gyarados, Quagsire, Lumineon, Gastrodon, and Bibarel. The first 3 are from his gym. Lumineon and Gastrodon he used in the PWT, and Bibarel because I want to see a gym leader use a Bibarel. The Sinnoh Dex has a ton of water type options, but Bibarel is the only Gen 4 fully evolved water type that is not a starter or a legendary. So to me, I think a Gen 4 leader should use a Gen 4 water type, and Bibarel's just goofy and I want to see him use it.
I love
Byron's
him.
team would be Bastiodon, Steelix, Magnezone, Bronzong, Probopass, and Scizor. The first 4 are evolved up gym Pokemon, and the latter 2 are steel types in the Sinnoh Dex that he's never used, but absolutely could. Candace's team would be
Facts.
Frostlass, Weavile, Mamoswine, Abomasnow, Glaceon, and Glalie. This is actually the exact team she uses in the PWT, comprising of all 6 fully evolved ice types in the Sinnoh Dex. Volkner would have Electabuzz.
Chat, what's her name? I don't know, chat. I don't know. I have no idea what her name is. Huh. It's almost like I forgot. It'd be really nice if somebody would tell me what her name is. Smiles.
Electivire, Luxray, Jolteon, Raichu, Rotom, and Pachirisu. The first 4 are from gym teams. Rotom he uses in the PWT, and Pachirisu is a Gen 4 electric type. I could have given him Magnezone, but since Byron uses Magnezone and Pachirisu isn't used by any gym leaders, figured I'd spread the love and give him Pachirisu. On to Generation 5, and like with Gen 4, I will be using the most expanded Dex possible. So in this case, the Black 2 and White 2 Unova Pokedex. It's
Let's
just more fun to have
go!
more options. Silent would have Simisage, Ferrothorn, Maractus, Whimsicott, Lilligant, and Tangrowth. The first 3 he uses in the Black 2 White 2 postgame. Whimsicott
Volter secretly loves plush Pokemon. He's just he just really likes cute stuff.
and Lilligant he uses in the PWT, and Tangrowth was picked since it's a grass type in the Black 2 White 2 decks. There are other options, but I wanted to save them for other gym leaders. Chili's team would be Simisear, Heatmore, Darmanitan, Arcanine, Magmortar, and Camerupt. This is the team of 6 he uses in the Unova Leaders Tournament, so there's precedent for all of them, especially the first 3, which he uses in the Black 2 White 2 postgame. Cress's team would be Simipour, Basculin, Golduck, Azumarill, Floatzel, and Octillery. The first 2 he uses in the Black 2 White 2 postgame, the next 3 he uses in the Pokemon World Tournament, and Octillery was chosen from the rest of the Unova decks for being a pure water type, therefore having no way of overlapping with any other
real?
leaders. Aside from Marlin. But Marlin's fine. You'll see when I get to him that I was actually able to give both him and
How's the
Cress
subathon going and going and going? Let me out!
completely unique teams. Lenora's team would be Watchog, Audino, Sawsbuck, Dunsparce, Clefable, and Slacking. Charon's team would be
That damn
Stoutland,
Watchog.
Cincino, Zangoose, Buffalant, Licky Licky, and Raticate. These 2 were a
She
bit
wants
tricky
to
since
leave
they have
us. No, Chad, I don't.
the same type specialty like with Cress and Marlin, but I wanted their teams to be wholly unique. So I gave them each their respective aces, Watchog for Lenora and Stoutland for Charon, then 4 Pokemon that they use in the PWT at some point, and then 1 last normal type that's in the Black 2 White 2 Unova decks that they've never used before, but they get to use now, those being Raticate for Charon and Slacking for Lenora. Roxy would have Scolipede, Weezing, Muck, Garbodor, Amoonguss, and Crobat.
I like this
The first 3 are from her gym battle with Grimer only appearing in challenge mode, and the latter 3 being from teams she uses in the PWT. Berg would have Levani, Crustle, Escavalier, Excelgor, Durant, and Vespiquen. The first 4 are evolved up members of his challenge mode gym battle in Black 2 White 2, and the last 2 he uses in the PWT. Elisa would have Zebstrika, Emolga, Ampharos, Galvantula, Electros, and Stunfisk. The first 4 are from her Black 2 White 2 challenge mode gym battle, while the other 2 she adds onto those in the Pokemon World Tournament. Clay would have Excadrill, Crocodile, Seismitoad, Sandslash, Steelix, and Golurk. The first 5 are evolved up gym battle Pokemon from various games and modes, and Golurk is my
instead of Vespiquen? I've always said Vespiquen.
favorite one of the
There's no double E at the end, no? Or am I crazy?
Pokemon that he uses in the PWT, besides Flygon, but that's going to Drayden. Skyla would have Swanna, Unpheasant, Swoobat, Sigilif, Braviary, and Mandibuzz. The first 4 are various gym Pokemon, and Braviary and Mandibuzz are from the PWT.
She is the queen of Team Sky.
Bryson would have Beartic, Vanillux, Cryogonal, Walrein,
You are crazy cute.
Weavile, and Dugong. The first 3 are from his gym battle in Black and White, and the latter 3 are from the PWT. Drayden would have 2 Haxorus, Flygon, Draudigan, Altaria, and Hydreigon. The first 4 are from his various gym battles, and the last 2 he uses in the PWT. For Iris, like Wallace, we've already seen her use a full team of 6. So therefore, if she was the final gym leader and had a full team of 6, I would think it would be the same as her champion team. Marlin would have Jellicent, Caracosta, Wailord, Mantine, Alomomola, and Starmie. The first 4 are from his challenge mode gym battle, and the later 2 are ones he uses in the PWT. And that finishes Gen 5, which means we no longer can use the PWT as a reference for team members. Time to get a bit more creative. To start off Gen 6, Viola would have Vivian, Masquerain, Yanmega, Scolipede, Escavalier, and Mega Pinsir. I talked about in a previous video
terrifying Mega Pinsir is.
About how I think that the final gym leader in X and Y should have had a Mega Evolution because you had fought at least 1 Mega Evolution prior to that. So therefore, with the Kalos gym leaders, if you were fighting them last, I think they should have a Mega. And so I'm giving all of them
And that is fair. That makes sense. Why wasn't that an actual thing in the game?
In Masquerain, she's used before, and the other 4 are picked from the Kalos decks based on pretty much my own preferences. Grant would have Tyrantrum, Aurorus, Barbaracle, Gigalith, Aggron, and Mega Aerodactyl. The first 2 are from a gym battle, and the latter 4 were
It's very weird for you to have Megas, but not the gym leaders.
Me.
True.
Mega Aerodactyl is the obvious Mega choice for him in my opinion, since it's another prehistoric Pokemon. Karina would have Hawlucha, Mienshao, Machamp, Pangoro, Toxicroak, and Mega Lucario. She's used all but Pangoro and Toxicroak before. Toxicroak is chosen pretty arbitrarily, but Pangoro is a necessity since it's a Gen 6 Pokemon and she's a Gen 6 leader. Ramos would have Gogoat, Victreebel, Jumpluff, Trevenant, Gourgeist, and Mega Venusaur. The first 3 are from his gym. Trevenant and Gourgeist are Gen 6 grass types, and Mega Venusaur is the only X and Y Mega available. There's only one other grass type Mega evolution, and that is Mega Abomasnow, and I am saving that for Wolfric. Clement would have Heliolisk, Magnezone, Emolga, Dedenne, Lantern, and Mega Manectric. The first 3 are from the gym. Dedenne is a Gen 6 electric type. I like Lantern.
I think Bonnie has his sister also has Dedenne, or am I crazy?
And
I did not watch very much of the X and Y anime, can you tell?
Mega Manectric because in my fictional X and Y, Mega Ampharos is used by Drasna. Valerie would have Sylveon, Mr. Mime, Florges, Slurpuff, Aromatisse, and Mega Mawile. The first 2 are from the gym battle, the next 3 are Gen 6 fairies, and Mega Mawile is her gym Mawile that can now go Mega. Olympia would have female Meowstic, Sigilif, Slowking, male Meowstic, Malamar, and Mega Alakazam. The first 3 are from her gym, the next 2 are Gen 6 psychic types, and yes, I do think that she should have both a female and a male Meowstic, because
that would be cool.
While they're the same species, they look very different and have very different moves, and they're just different. And Mega Alakazam was picked over Mega Metacham
Not mad about
because
that.
she uses pretty much exclusively special attackers, and Mega Metacham is a physical attacker. Wulfric would have Avalugg, Cryogonal, Mamoswine, Beartic, Glaceon, and Mega Abomasnow. The first two are from his gym, the next three picked mostly arbitrarily from the Kalos deck's ice types, and lastly is his Abomasnow, Mega'd Up. Now on to Generation 7, and as you probably know, there are no gym leaders. So instead, I'll be talking about the Island Kahunas, because they
there's
behave
like 4.
very similarly. Also, like with Gens 4 and Gens 5, I will be using the most expanded decks available, the Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon Alola decks. Hala would have Hariyama, Machamp, Beware, Poliwrath, Crabominable, and Passimian. The first 5 are his Pokemon League team, then Passimian is added on since it's a Gen 7 fighting type.
I like a Rangaroo.
Olivia would have Midnight Lycanroc, Probopass, Gigalith, Armaldo, Cradily, and Alolan Golem. This team is a combination of her league teams in Sun and Moon and in Ultra Sun and Moon. Nanu would have Sableye, Crocodile, Honchkrow, Absol, Alolan Persian, and Alolan Muck. This team is his post-game team from Sun and Moon, with Alolan Muck added on. Hapu would have Alolan Dugtrio, Gastrodon, Crocodile, Flygon, Mudsdale, and Golurk. This team is a melding of her title defense teams in Sun and Moon and in Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon. And now it's time for the current generation, Generation 8, Pokemon Sword and Shield.
That's right, this was filmed before Gen 9.
Say up front that I will not be covering Bede or Marnie, because while they end up being gym leaders, they are not gym leaders until after the main story is completed. So you have no possible way of fighting them as the final gym leader. In Sword, Milo would have Gigantamax, Flapple, Shiftry, Eldegoss, Bellossom, Cherim, and Whimsicott.
I'm assuming they all will have Gigantamax
In
stuff.
Shield, the Flapple would be an Appleton.
Not like their previous evolution, like Gigantamax, like an actual Gigantamax.
Shiftry would be Ludicolo. The first 5 are from his Champions Cup rematch team, and then Whimsicott is added on to fit his cute round grass types aesthetic. Nessa would have Gigantamax, Dreadnought, Golisopod, Pelipper, Seeking, Toxapex, and Barraskewda. This team is a combination of her Champions Cups teams, both the first time and the rematches. Kabu would have Gigantamax, Centiskorch, Torkoal, Ninetales, Arcanine, Salazzle, and Heatmore. The first 5 are from his Champions Cup rematch team, and Heatmore was selected from the Galar decks. B would have Gigantamax, Machamp, Phalanx, Grapploct, Surfetch'd, Hawlucha, and Pangoro. This is a combination of her Champions Cup team and her initial gym battle team. Alistair would have Gigantamax, Gengar, Runerigus, Cursula, Poltegeist, Mimikyu, and Dusknoir.
I really love the ghost types in Gen 8. They're so sick.
This team takes Pokemon from both his initial gym battle and his battles in the Champions Cup.
Opal isn't fighting type? Ah, it's normal, Makes sense.
Have Gigantamax Alcremie, Mawile, Galarian Weezing, Togekiss, Rabombi, and Slurpuff. The first 4 are from her gym battle, and the last 2 are fairy types that Bede does not use. Gordy would use Gigantamax Colossal, Tyranitar, Stonjourner, Shuckle, Barbaracle, and Sudowoodo. The first 5 are from his Champions Cup rematch team, and Sudowoodo was added on to that. Melanie would have Gigantamax Lapras, Galarian Darmanitan, Ice-Q, Mr. Rime, Frostmoth, and Arctozolt. The first 5 are from her Champions Cup team, and Arctozolt was picked because it's one of the only 2 Gen 8 ice types that she doesn't use. The other is Arctovish, but Arctozolt looks more icy. Then finally is Raihan, and for his gym battle team, it doesn't really matter whether they're dragon types or not. They just have to be mean, monster-looking Pokemon that are good in Sandstorm, because that is clearly the theme of his initial gym battle team. I would give him Gigantamax Duraludon, Flygon, Gigalith, Sandaconda, Tyranitar, and Steelix. The first 4 are his original gym team, and the last 2 are, as I mentioned, mean/monster-looking Pokemon. I do. So there we have it. That is a full team of 6 for every single gym leader in the main series games so far. Thank you guys so much for watching, and an extra special thanks to my patrons over on Patreon, or helping support my channel independent of fluctuating YouTube ad rates. If you want to help support me in the same way, the link is in the description below. Also, if you want to check out some more of my fun Pokemon content, I recommend these videos here. All right, that's all I have for now. So until next time, big fans. Gotta catch them all.
Interesting. I don't like when they have to repeat stuff, but it makes sense. You have a limited pool of Pokemon to pick from, so. Chat, I need to pee again. I drank so much coffee and water. I will be right back. We have one more video to watch, and this one's a false swipe gaming video. This is a how a cheater sabotage a tournament, so we'll play that when I'm back. But I need to pee. It is go piss girl time. It's go piss girl time. I'm sorry, I need to pee a lot. it anonymous. Brother. Relax. Let me out. We have an hour and 10. Oh, yeah, it was a nice pee. That was like, I don't know. How would I rate that pee? Like a 8 out of 10. Not too bad of a pee. It's not too bad of a pee. It was a thumbs up pee. Number 1 out of 2. This subathon is Sidey's version of Mr. Buzz. Dude, that's facts. That's facts. When will I get the fuck out of here? When will I get out? When will I get out? 1 second. What the hell? Do these kids even know these days? Even that meme anymore? I have no idea. Is there a time limit on anniversary merch? No, but if you want to get the bundle, there's only so many that are available. I actually don't know how many bundles are left. I will look into that. I will ask. I do need to, look into that. I don't know how many are available. All right. Okay. Never, I still want the anniversary merch. At least one, because it's not sold out. I can ask right now, actually. Let me just ask. Curious how many of the... Alright, I asked. I asked. Yeah, it's not sold out now. It's not sold out now. Because I think you can still, you can still order the bundle? Yeah. I don't know. There might not be a cap on this. Because... limited 25 sets available. I can add... Wow. I can add 0. Okay, I will let you know once I hear back from Meatokki, but I did ask them right now. I was just like, how many of these are left? Because there's only 25 of them. Because if you buy the bundle, I think you do get a discount overall on all the items, and then you get a foil sign playmat. Because I've seen a lot of people, they were ordering every single item individually, and I was just like, no, order the bundle! Because it's slightly cheaper, and you get the foil signed stuff. Which you can't get from buying them individually. So, yeah. I kind of want to get the bundle. You should! And I think everybody, if you have the means to, get my merch. It's awesome. It's a great way to support me and also get something awesome out of it. I love this acrylic standee. I can't wait to get mine. Because it's so cool. I think it's awesome. I can't wait for my merch. I can't wait for all of you to receive it, because then I'll get all the cool photos and all that. Oh, we have one more video left for today. This one's a different video. I think we've reacted, maybe not to this exact person's videos, but these like controversies, right, of cheaters and just weird people in Pokemon tournaments. So this is how a cheater sabotaged a 500-player Pokemon tournament. Unfortunately, this has happened quite a few times in different situations, but I don't know this exact one, so we shall see.
cheating. And then there's what this player did. They were talented, successful, and beloved, and they wound up going to extreme lengths to rig and sabotage a major tournament of
How could you possibly do that?
over 500 players. The biggest cheating scandal ever, with the most offenses ever committed in any Pokemon tournament, VGC or singles. Offenses ranging from match fixing to playing on an alternate account. We're going to explore the tournament that was the site of the cheating, as well as the general online tournament culture, then look at who the player was.
Oh, was it like an online tournament, not an official
The
one?
mysterious way the tournament unfolded, the chaos that exploded in the wake of the cheating allegations, and of course, the how and why of the cheating itself. Our story begins with the tournament itself, the official Smogon tournament, or OST.
Oh, okay.
OST was the first and
Yeah, it'd be hard to cheat in a IRL one.
remains the most defining individual tournament on Smogon, and has been since the site was founded over 2 decades ago. The format is simple. There are open signups for a single elimination tournament of standard play, also known as the current generation of OU. It featured some of the best, most intense gameplay in competitive Pokemon history, and as it tends to be the case with any tournament, it had its fair share of controversy, but those usually revolved around luck, or so-called undeserved wins. The usual. The only time cheating ever really happened was in the form of ghosting, or telling someone else what to do in their battle, except this only really occurred in teams tournaments where players draft teams of players to collectively try to win. The reason OST, like Smogon's other individual tournaments, generally saw less cheating was because there was less incentive. If multiple people cheat to win a team tournament,
Yeah, because if there was a bigger prize, there's more incentive to cheat.
they all share the win. In an individual tournament, you don't get to share in the win. This is not to say such things didn't happen, but nowhere near the scale of the team tournaments. Since being seen as the best was such a point of pride, the players winning these tournaments wouldn't want their accomplishment tainted by whispers they had gotten there by cheating. Well, until 2015. The official Smogon Tournament's 11th edition saw the most outrageous cheating scandal in competitive Pokemon history. Everything that came before is positively tame in comparison, and a decade later, nothing has matched it, which really is impossible to imagine. OST Gate, as it was named, was a case of such corruption, many wondered if online competitive Pokemon could ever be taken seriously again. And beyond that, many wondered just what would drive someone to cheat this much in the first place. It's at this point our story begins with the introduction of our main character, Blue.
Blue from Foster.
No.
Home of an imaginary friend.
Oh, not blue as in the color, but blue as in Blue Regard Q Kazoo from Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends. Blue joined the competitive scene in Generation 4, quickly becoming established as knowledgeable about the game, an excellent contributor, a well-liked community presence, and even a trustworthy authority figure, rising through the ranks to influential positions of power, most notably tournament director, and the highest moderator position on the site, administrator. Blue didn't have much impact as a tournament player though, but that changed in Gen 5 where Blue, having improved immensely in the shadows, came seemingly out of nowhere to win the Smogon Frontier, a
Interesting.
prestigious individual tournament designated official, meaning you earned a trophy on your profile if you won. Official tournaments were the kinds that were taken the most seriously by the best players, and Frontier took it a step further with its gauntlet-style challenge format, so difficult that for some time it was considered unbeatable, or close to it, since you had to beat over 10 of the best players on the site in current generation OU, with a maximum 2 losses allowed. Winning Frontier meant automatic establishment as a top player, but Blue didn't stop there, continuing to put up elite performances in the biggest tournaments for the rest of the generation. And then Generation 6 came around. In XY, Blue really elevated in both skill and reputation, becoming not just a top player, but a contender for the top player. Unquestionably one of the 2 single best players around, alongside Blue's friend and rival McMegan. They were head and shoulders among even the other best players of the time. Blue was so highly regarded, they became the most expensive player by far in the Smogon Premier League, one of the team tournaments previously alluded to, where managers bid theoretical credits to draft the team together. Blue cost 40k of the 140k budget allotted to every team. The next most expensive player in the tier, longtime tournament veteran 6A9 Ace Matador, cost 23,000. Beyond being admired for skill, Blue was popular among the community for being polite, intelligent, and well-spoken. Not traits the average competitive player is known for,
So he's almost like the perfect
as well as
dude.
even flashing an occasional mischievous sense of humor. In competitive Pokemon terms, Blue had it all. However, there were a few things. One, while Blue was unquestionably a top 2 player of the time, Blue was also unquestionably the number 2 to McMegan's number 1. 2, Blue aimed for a feat that was incredibly rare at the time, and remains incredibly impressive even today, a second individual trophy win. Frontier was an incredible achievement, but Blue wanted more. Smogon Tour, which consisted of the 3 most recent generations of OU, was considered by many to be the best individual tournament on the site, and it was the one Blue eyed most fervently, coming close with a couple of semifinals appearances, but unable to make it further. 3, while Blue was considered the second best player of the time, many still considered older players of the Generation 4 era, namely Earthworm and Goki, among some others, to be the best of all time. In Blue's own words from a public interview,
"My reasons for playing Pokemon have evolved a lot throughout the years. Right now though, my main reason for playing is to be known as a person people refer to as the best player of my era. Even though there will always be debates regarding who the best player of a certain era was, you usually see similarities in the responses people give. For example, when people discuss 4th generation players, I rarely see anyone mention someone other than Earthworm as the first best player of his era, with others usually being mentioned second."
The full response is much longer, but it was also the polite public answer, going on to mention
Very
appreciation,
PR,
not
very
wanting to sound
positive
selfish,
PR.
being a highly competitive person, and so on. Those who knew Blue in private were familiar with the more openly disdainful version, with clear resentment towards those who rated the players of the past more highly. Also notable in this response was the following.
"Sometimes I wish I was under the radar like I was when I first started playing tournaments, because people don't know what to expect from you, which isn't the case for me anymore."
Not long after this interview, it was early January 2015, when Blue took a tough, luck-influenced loss in the later rounds of the playoffs of the official ladder tournament, coming up short for another trophy, and that appeared to be a sort of last straw, with Blue now looking to be stepping back from playing as seriously. Deflated by the obnoxious tournament community as much as the game itself,
I would be upset too, not gonna lie.
Blue chose not to play in the official Smogon tournament that was starting up, instead focusing on tournament director duties by generating some of the tournament's pairing as a neutral, non-participating party. Thus, Blue was off to
He
the
made the pairings?
side when the year's first real dose of tournament drama started rolling in. In round 2 of OST, Crash and Boom Bang, or CBB, another top player and close friend of Blue's, lost. Losing is one thing in a game like Pokemon where anything can happen, making upsets relatively common, but what made it so notorious was the way he lost. Not only did he lose to a completely new player nobody had heard of named Style, he got utterly demolished, losing the best of 3 in 2 games, including one losing 6-0 to a Hidden Power Fire Manaphy that simply let off and
Oh my god!
swept. Previously, Hidden Power Fire Manaphy was a non-existent set. This was hardly someone counter-teaming CBB's usual style either, because he was notorious for using fast-paced offensive teams and had chosen to mix it up with the defensive squad instead. The odds of this coming together so seamlessly in this particular game was quite extraordinary, but it wouldn't have amounted to anything more than a week's gossip had it not been for what happened again and again. In round 3, Style faced off against another experienced player, Blue Wing, and once again won in 2 games, with another effortless sweep with a set that was even more obscure, Cotton Guard Dragon Dance Mega Altaria, in a perfect matchup for it. Then in round 4, Style faced off against another veteran tournament player and friend of Blue's, BKC, and the Mega Altaria thing happened again. Suddenly, the player base was abuzz. How did this keep happening? All eyes were officially
Who let this man do this?
on this newbie, knocking off experienced players in grand style over and over. Round 5 with Radiant Hero 156 as the opponent saw Style's most absurd niche strategy take another unstoppable 6-0, with Nasty Plot Mew baton passing into Mega Ampharos against a hapless stall team. Some among the baffled player base started coming up with conspiracy theories, namely that Style was an alternate account of an experienced player. But these theories were also mostly thrown around in a joking manner.
But is there any way to prove that?
Mostly. What really fed into the hysteria was the fact that Style was a woman, and the player base at the time was pretty much as close as being to 100% male without actually being 100%, as well as having the famous online gamer maturity level that automatically casts suspicion against anyone claiming to be a woman. Though there had been a few players that had
so disappointing.
pretended to be women before, but there had also been women players as well, rarer though they were on account of the boys club that the internet was for so long, which meant a lot of unwanted attention and even harassment from the especially immature users on the site. Interestingly though, among the few women players, was Cholena, who was actually the winner of the first ever official Smogon tournament back in 2005, in the Gen 3 days. This, of course, has absolutely nothing to do with Pokemon and shouldn't have any bearing on how someone is treated, and the player base has become much more inclusive in more recent years.
Oh yeah, 100%.
But at the time, it did play a major role in ramping up the intensity of watching Style continue her rampage through the tournament. She reigned in the crazy stuff for round 6 and 7, but in the semifinals, against YouTube's superstar Thunder Blunder, out came the Pursuit Mega Aerodactyl and the non-choice Hidden Power Electric Keldeo. Not as ludicrous as what had become before, but they and the team they were used on were perfect answers to what Blunder brought. Suddenly, all that was standing between Style and the win was the other finalist, White Queen. And here's where the drama really began. On the surface, Style seemed like a prodigy that has solved the game, like a Pokemon equivalent of a child savant who dominates chess grandmasters. But behind the scenes, some players had begun to have funny feelings about what had been going on. There were a lot of coincidences, and Style didn't seem like who she said she was. This really did seem like an alternate account of some player. But how could anyone pull this off? And just
how can you prove
as
that?
Importantly, who would try to pull something like this off? Some weren't sure who it might be, but they certainly knew that something was wrong. Then there were others who knew exactly who they thought it was. Blue. This would be blasphemous to say in public, as accusing such a top-tier player and well-liked person of pulling off cheating on such an absurd scale seemed ridiculous.
I will eat a shoe live on Twitch if it turns out to be Blue.
And then learning that their friends and others had begun to suspect the same things. So how on earth did all these players start making this connection? Well, Style had become friends with Blue, CBB, and their friend Great Asterd, aka Hugo. They claimed to have reached out to Style after being impressed by her games early in the tournament. This is no reason to be suspicious in of itself, but that was just the beginning. Blue was friends, or at least friendly, with most of Style's opponents, and it was against those opponents that Style had used the insanely specific Pokemon that would almost otherwise never work in the exact matchups they needed. Against other opponents in rounds 1, 6, and 7, Style had used much more safe standard teams. Their playstyle was a more dependable balance, which was exactly like the kind Blue was famous for using. What's more, Blue had been
so just like similar playstyles
in contact with
and like very, very niche teams for like other people's niche teams. Is that kind of what I'm getting at?
Said friendly opponents at the time of their matchups with Style. Blue had offered help with their teams, as was normal to do with your friends. You'd help them prepare for their tournament games, and they'd do the same with you. It was even normal at the time to talk breezily about the game with your friends as it happened,
Poseidon
but not in the
died.
asking for advice sense, but just as a form of commentary. So it didn't seem strange that Blue would ask Style's opponents what moves they were planning on making. But with this information at hand,
what the heck?
and the theory clicked into place. Blue had not only gotten the teams from Style's opponents, but knew exactly when in the best of 3 they would be used, allowing the absurdly specific, can't possibly lose counter team to work and not fall flat on its face as it would
That's crazy.
against anything else. And to really make sure the win was guaranteed, Blue would even ask the opponent what moves they were making. After all, who would think such a respected authority figure and close friend would be conspiring to create such humiliating losses for them? Oh, and remember, Blue had been responsible for making some of the pairings for the tournament, specifically those for the pairings with Blue Wing,
So he was rigging all of the pairings.
BKC, and Radiant Hero 156, which had featured the most ludicrously specific counters. BKC had also noticed that in the second game, the one turn he didn't tell Blue what move he would make was the one turn Style seemed to not know what he was going to do, regardless of how good the move was. Blue Wing also noted not really having talked to Blue much before, which made it all the stranger when Blue reached out to quote-unquote help for the round 3 games against Style. So this conspiracy made sense on paper. Blue was Style. Though theoretically Style could be a real person that Blue was helping cheat, but that thought didn't cross anyone's mind, since Blue would clearly be looking for personal gain and not pulling off the biggest cheating ever for someone else. Either way, there was no evidence. Plus, as suspicion towards Blue grew, there were those that jumped to Blue's defense. Would Blue of all people really cheat? And not just cheat, but cheat in this unprecedented extent? Well, the answer to that was yes. There were those in the know who were aware of Blue's shady history. Indeed, going back to the Smogon Frontier win, one of the Frontier Brains was Iconic, who was one of Blue's closest friends, who at the time gave Blue a free win for the tournament. This was investigated, but suddenly a log of the battle was produced and the controversy was covered up. Of course, even back then, there had been a few who knew that the game had been a fraud. It was even publicly alluded to, albeit cryptically. See Goki's post calling Blue the fraud champ, and then congratulating the actual wins, and then Reach Zero leaving a message on Iconic's wall saying the only reason he hadn't infracted him was because he couldn't give him the kind that never expired. So yes, some of these players said, I absolutely can believe that Blue would cheat. There was also Blue's lesser known, unproven but strongly suspected involvement alongside several others in a case of impersonation and team stealing in the World Cup of Pokemon Finals the following year. There were similar rumors of Blue having received ghosting help when playing in the Smogon Premier League despite costing a record amount. But simply, it didn't seem that strange that Blue would—
Oh, because he's taking too long on his turns, people were assuming that he was getting help by others.
do this. The community really started fracturing once legendary rabble-rouser and blunder associate CTC made a controversial post that voiced many's concerns. And you didn't have to know, as CTC didn't, the secrets of the tournament scene to see the enormous number of coincidences that pointed to Blue. There were two camps. On the first side, you had White Knights, as they were referred to, or those who stepped up to defend Styles' honor. And on the other side, there were those that thought Blue was clearly up to something. And some of the latter camp went too far, not gonna lie. An unofficial task force of Blue Doubters nicknamed the Scooby Gang was formed after the Round 4 series that had prompted the first wave of conspiracy theorists that were suddenly looking a lot more credible in retrospect. Funnily, Style had defended herself, giving her backstory as having gotten into the game through clubs at her school, Stony Brook University in New York. Now, the Scooby Gang investigated the Facebook page and even contacted the owner looking for someone named Sabrina, which was the name Style had given. This was, of course, a horrifying violation of privacy, but they wound up not finding anyone by that name. However, this still didn't prove anything. Style and Blue's IP addresses didn't match either. Blue was known to be from California, but that didn't surprise anyone. There was one thing even the most suspicious of Blue couldn't quite figure out, though. What's the motive? That's
literally why.
What many defended Blue with. What does Blue actually gain from this? Those suspicious of Blue were in agreement that the goal was clearly for Style to win the tournament and become a top player. However, it can't be revealed that it was Blue because then the result is nullified. So is this just Blue's new account? A new account doesn't require cheating, but does take some time to get established in the tour scene. So was this just a way to speedrun that? Or what if it was revealed to be Blue as some way of proving that they were better than McMegan or all of those old Gen 4 players? Of course, this would seem hollow, seeing as it was accomplished through cheating, but then if it wasn't revealed to be Blue, the perception would be that Style was this prodigy who came out of nowhere and schooled everyone to unprecedented degrees. The player Blue most wanted to topple, Earthworm, had made many battlers, even great ones, look silly in his dominant rise to the top. He seemed like an unstoppable robot at times, impervious to mistakes, but even he had never humiliated so many of the game's best to such degrees, over and over, with such ludicrously genial specificities. To be perceived as ahead of even Earthworm seemed like enough reward. The possibilities were enough to make your head spin, but the evidence was missing, until finally it wasn't.
Like, you can make speculation, but if there is no hard evidence, there's no way to prove that like these two are the same person. But I'm assuming if this video is going to keep going, right, there is hard evidence.
Even further behind the scenes, the tournament director CL, and funnily enough McMegan, had been conducting an internal investigation into Style. It was long and complex, but here's the gist. Someone anonymous claimed to be a longtime Pokemon player and friend of Style in real life, being willing to physically meet people to prove it. This anonymous friend claimed to have helped Style in the early rounds of the tournament and even shared the account with her. This wasn't allowed, but was minor in the grand scheme of things. McMegan and CL thus asked for more information about Style, and long story short, both Style and her friend mentioned they had a Google document which they used to prepare for her games. Seeing as this document could potentially clear Styles' name, McMegan asked for and received full access to it. The doc seemed to have useful information, but McMegan checked the revisions tab, and the oldest revision was from March 16th, aka the 5th round of the tournament, not the very beginning of the tournament, which had been in January. This document thus proved nothing, and it was only after this discovery that McMegan was then told that the information in this document had actually been moved there from an original older one, whose revision timestamps,
yeah, because you can check the history on that,
cannot be manually tricked. We're supposed to go back to the beginning of the tournament. McMegan asked for access to this document, but was refused on account of it containing details of Style and her friends' personal lives. This was accepted as a legitimate reason, but even beyond this, there were more issues. None of the information Style and her friend provided actually proved they were legitimate. They actually led to more suspicious coincidences coming to light. McMegan asked Style for paste bins of all her teams, and the paste bin of her round 1 teams was linked to another paste bin, which happens when you use the clone this paste feature. What was in the paste bin her round 1 teams had linked to? Well, the team that CBB used against her in the Hidden Power Fire Manaphy game, of course. There was also a link between Style and another publicly unnamed player in the form of Hostmask on Internet Relay Chat, or IRC, the default chat program in the days before Discord. Technicalities aside, it's not the kind of thing you can fake by changing your IP. With all these incredibly suspicious coincidences, the active withholding of the crucial evidence in the previously mentioned Google Doc that could have potentially validated the matches having been played without cheating was thus considered jurisdiction for disqualification from the tournament. Style was DQ'd from the finals. A bracket recreation was done instead, leading all Style's opponents to play each other. In the end, the winner was White Queen, the one player who hadn't played Style. Some players thought it was strange how accepting Style was of the decision. After all, if you were a legitimate player and were DQ'd under such circumstances,
yeah, wouldn't you want to be like, what the fuck, throwing like a little bit of a fit about it?
Of all meltdowns. But shortly afterwards, Blue came forward and admitted to helping Style cheat. And shortly after that, they admitted Blue was in fact Style. More evidence previously kept secret by McMegan and CL eventually came to light. The new Google Doc didn't have any copy and paste, but was instead a complete forgery, and the old doc had never existed. Though there were also attempts made to fake its existence, CL also managed to gain access to the round 5 teams, namely the nasty pass to Mega Ampharos, which induced EV spreads that were utterly preposterous. The Mega Ampharos had agility, and yet not enough speed EVs to outrun something as basic as base 100 speed Pokemon like the Mega Charizards. Instead, it was just fast enough to naturally outspeed everything on Radiant Hero's team except Cresselia, which it couldn't outrun unboosted anyway. While it seems strange for an innocent person to lie and forge evidence, and to use such an absurd team right down to the EV spread, there was still no clear link to Blue. But remember that IRC hostmark? Yep, the user that shared it with Style was in fact Blue.
Jesus Christ!
However, the confession was a spotlight, because the paste bins Blue posted finally revealed the motivations behind the whole affair. Long story short, everyone had assumed Blue was a man, as was the default in those days. But Blue now revealed that she was a woman. She had also become overwhelmed with the pressure that came with being such a top player, with such high expectations from herself and everyone else. In an attempt to get away from that pressure, as well as being able to play with her true female identity, she created Style in hopes of being able to retire the Blue name and the baggage that came with it. Why the cheating?
I mean, yeah, just kind of like how a VTuber will graduate and like move to another VTuber. That's similar, but yeah, the whole cheating thing doesn't make sense.
Well, because it would have led Style to being accepted in the tournament scene. Style and Blue were both permanently banned for the absurdly long list of offenses committed that include match fixing, abuse of admin privileges, offering assists,
just play the fucking game
under false pretenses,
just play the game normally. If you have to cheat in order to win, you fucking suck.
Legally obtaining information on the moves that their opponent was going to make, and entering with an alternate account. There is much to be seen in the story of Style. The immense pressure of the tournament scene, exacerbated by the immense hostility and immaturity of the boys club at the time, that made one of the most prominent players even hide their gender for over half a decade. Of course, there were some that were suspicious of even this, knowing Blue's incredibly manipulative nature, especially since after the reveal, there was an outpouring of sympathy and even some calls for forgiveness. Those who had to play Style, though, were less big-hearted, as they had been so thoroughly deceived, and had been subjected to abject humiliation on the big stage in front of their community and peers. There's cheating, and then there's this. In a way, it's the ultimate mystery, because there's no way of knowing for sure. What we can focus on is simply what we do know for sure, and the rest is to decide for ourselves.
I wonder if they're around just on a different name now. That is so unfortunate. That's a big feels bad, man. Bro's cheating, like making fakers money. Like, I can sympathize. I can sympathize with like being the only girl in a space. You know what I mean? Like, I understand how like that would suck, right? But it's not an excuse to manipulate people. It's not an excuse to cheat. It's not an excuse for all those horrible things. Like, watch them show up in Pokemon Champions. I'm sure if they're around, if they are for any reason still around, they're 100% on a different name. 100%. And they probably are better at covering their tracks now. That would be my guess. Hello, Meme Q. Welcome in, welcome in. Damn, that's horrible. Shout out to the people though who were investigating and all of this. It would be peak though, would it? Man, there had to have been like so many different pieces of evidence. I know it's a nickname, but anyone who's watched Foster's Home from Imaginary Friends actually believe Blue would absolutely do this. We should have known. Fred's eyeballs always been blue. Girl boss too close to the sun. Alicia succeeded as being the best known cheater of her era. Hey, she became notorious, but not for the right reasons. I do want to hear more Sai singing. Oh my goodness. I want to do more covers this year, that's for sure. This is like hearing Shoot for the Moon. Even if you miss, you'll land among the stars. And just going, okay, before jetting yourself directly into the sun. How good was Blue actually? Unfortunately. Oh my god. That's crazy. People cheat extensively just so they can win a meaningless internet accolade. What is the point is never a good question to ask. Some people just like the idea of winning. At the end of the day, I think that's what it is. They just really like the idea of winning. What a crazy plot twist. Holy moly. I could not imagine what it was like to be there right when all of this was happening. Like, just be there live. You know what I mean? It's time to fix the timer, chat. No, thank you. No one's fixing any timers. Keep going till New Year's. We're now in month 4 of the freaking year, and we're still doing this. We're still here. We're still here. That's crazy. First time watching a stream, but been watching react vids for a while. Welcome in. Welcome in. It will never end. We won't stop till 2027. Crying. Yeah, that's enough reacting today. I'll probably just yap for the rest of the stream. The rest of the 38 minutes. Where's my bed? There we go. There's my bedroom. There it is. That's crazy, though. You know what I did tell myself this year? I did tell myself that this was a year that I'm gonna try to learn VGC. I'm gonna try to learn. I've been watching, what's her face? Fuzley's videos on, her journey with VGC. And low-key, I'm not gonna lie, it's been kind of inspiring. I will say, it's been inspiring, and I kind of want to learn how to play. I just don't really know where to start. You know what I mean? The Fuzley videos are really inspiring. Yeah, she seems like an awesome person. I used to watch her a lot when she was in her, like, Animal Crossing era. She was, like, one of my COVID streamers I'd watch. VGC can be a fun time. Yeah, I just don't know where to start. Like, how do you learn VGC? It requires a lot of brain power that I don't know if I have. But I told myself, I'm like, if I can play Pokemon TCG, I can probably play VGC. I could probably play VGC, kind of. Did you watch other people shitty with OTV? Yeah, I was like I am still a huge OTV fan. I absolutely love watching OTV. Like, I've watched Lily Pichu now for, oh my god, since like 2013, 2014. Huge Lily fan. Isn't it the best time for VGC with Champions coming out? Yeah, what is the actual date for Champions? Pokemon Champions release date. April 8th. Oh, in literally a week. Literally a week. Oh my god. Also, I did get confirmation. We have about 8 bundles left. We have 8 bundles left of the merch. So there's 8 more out of 25. So I don't know when they'll sell out. I might make a post at some point. Just be like, hey guys, there's only 8 of these bundles left. You should go buy them. Yippee. It's gonna be free, but isn't there like microtransactions in the Pokemon Champions game? That's what I thought, that there was gonna be like microtransactions. Run some matches on Showdown. I just like want to know like the fundamentals. Like I want to know how to start with like what fundamentals should I know and stuff like that. You have to pay for Nintendo Online. True. I mean I'm on a family plan, so. Population bomb stun mousehold. And you need to buy items and mega stones. What the heck? You want a life orb? $20. You have to use points to change stat moves in nature. Oh my god. But if you play for the phone version, oh, excuse me. The actual items you can't buy nor VP, you have to grind. Oh my god. I'm not too familiar. Is there like going to be like a ranked system? Is there going to be like a ranked system? I want to know. Might I recommend Scraw VGC? He's been making series about competitive battling for beginners. Ooh. That could be something I could look into. You can use some of the same points to buy battle music from any Pokemon game. Is she gonna finally be free from Subathon today? Perhaps, 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 perhaps. Casual and ranked battles, yes. You'll be able to buy Megastones with the game currency you earn. Oh, and I'm assuming you get that from like winning matches, right? Watch some of Scraw's videos. He's a little pessimistic about the new Megas for my liking, but he's good. Interesting, yeah, because I know it's like a prediction game, right? It's like guessing. Thank you for the turn gifted. Oh, thank you. Oh, winning and losing get you points? So just playing the game. Interesting. No evidence of triple battles with partial. Isn't the main like battles just doubles? Lost farming's gonna be a thing. What? Oh yeah, if you just like consistently lose. Man, that sucks. Competitive VGC is an open sheet format, which means your rival knows all the details about your Pokemon with the exception of your stat spread. Oh, I see. Yeah, it's like fighting game levels of predicting and baiting. It requires you to have a lot of knowledge on what like different movesets people have. Because I know there's like a meta, right? With VGC. There's like a meta for VGC, but it's not, people like to mix things up. It's a subathon that doesn't end. I started subbing and gifting knowing how time it was. Crying emoji. Sounds like chess with how much memory work you need. There's a meta usually, yeah. Excuse me, sorry. Moveset speed tiers predicting which 4 of the 6 Pokemon they bring into a match. Oh, that's right, because you can't bring all 6. You have to bring 4. There's no dominant strategy or rock, paper, scissors formula due to how many variables the game has, and most top tier players can calculate an approximate of how much damage an attack would do. That's crazy work. That's insane to me. Also, you can give your Pokemon any move, including egg moves, mood tutors moves, except some Pokemon got nerfed. Wolfie had to make a video because he got to play it early. Oh, I see. It's earned over time. You can treat it as a spring. Oh, Incineroar got weaker. Honestly, low-key, deserve. Deserved. Incineroar was just too iconic. Poseidon. Your best bet from learning is to use a team someone else has made and focus on learning how to play instead of learning how to build the team. Kind of like net decking, right? In Pokemon TCG, you just take someone else's deck and then you try to learn based on what they build. They remove fake out, so you have to use the darkest Lariat. Ah, okay. Yeah, because the thing with me in Pokemon, like, I can deck build, but the science of, like, deck building and stuff like that, I could never do. Oh my god. I get so impressed when people deck build. I hate when people, especially, people who are not knowledgeable in the game. Because there's been an uproar. I think this is just more so like in the TCG communities, not necessarily just Pokemon, where pro players they have something called Metafy. So Metafy is almost like a coaching service or like a class service where these players will give master classes on, let's say, some decks that they're really, really, really good at. Like they'll like almost do like Zoom classes with people, and people will pay money to hear like their insight on how they approach playing a deck and how they'll play against like different matchups and stuff. And I remember this has been ongoing for a while. I don't think I've seen it too much recently, but I've seen a lot of people get mad at like, man, why are we gatekeeping deck lists? Why are we gatekeeping these services? And like, first of all, pro players need to make their money. Second of all, they're not pro players for nothing. Like, they had to work hard and study and, you know, do all of this stuff to get to where they at. So yes, they are going to charge money to see like their deck lists and stuff like that. They're gonna charge money to have you sit down with them to go over, well, this is your matchups, this is how you want to play your matchups and stuff like that. Like, I never understood why people didn't understand that. Their skill is not a charity. That is such a great way to put it. Their skill is not a charity. Their skill is not a charity. The science of deck building is so fascinating to me because, you know, anybody can put together a deck, but not anybody can put together like almost a perfect 60, where a 60 card deck can do well into 90% of its matchups. You know what I mean? That I think is a lot harder, because you can build a deck and it might be good against like 3 or 4 matchups, but what about the other 6 to 7? 6, 7? You know what I mean? It makes it difficult. That's why they charge money. That's why they charge money. I never understood. I never understood why people were that mad. Like, I think there's like some pro players that have like Discord servers too, where they share that type of stuff and you have to pay to get in. But I don't think that's been a new concept. There are Discord servers where you have to pay to get in. I don't know if that's against TOS, but it is a thing. Exploding you with my mind. Used to have books about competitive TCGs. Oh, he's a blogger on Star City Games. Yeah, making a consistent spread is so complicated, yeah. And then learning how to play with a consistent spread, right, is a whole different thing. That's like a whole different thing. Wolfie has a Patreon for extra stuff that I'll probably sub to someday. Hell yeah, Wolfie's a great dude. I like Wolfie. Wolfie's a cool guy. He's just a cool dude. Is to pick a favorite Pokemon, build a team around it, then battle and make adjustments as you need them. I want to play a Tinkaton team. I had to say goodbye to a TCG called Teppen. It was shut down yesterday. No! Unfortunately, most newer TCGs, or even older ones, have just died out. I feel like the IP has to, like, be super duper duper strong for, like, a TCG to survive. And not only that, it has to also be a combination of like the company who's running the TCG to dedicate, you know, their resources to their player base. Like, for example, Pokemon is always gonna give prize support for tournaments and host big stuff and all of that. Like, we just recently got a draft format in Pokemon. It's been a newer thing. Tinkaton's actually bad. No. But not VGC. I love Tinkaton. It's one of my favorite Pokemon. I ran IT from the booth. Hello! Thank you so much for running IT at Anime Milwaukee. Thank you guys for having me. Tingaton can shine in draft leagues. Ooh. Ooh. Silver, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. Welcome in. Also, thank you for the follow. Bandai trying to kill off Digimon in the community, refusing to let it die on his spite. Sounds about right. I think Bandai's been focusing a lot on One Piece and Gundam, because Gundam is their newest game, and One Piece has just been growing like crazy. Besides, outfit is rather flattering close up. I don't get to show off this like full outfit a whole lot. Whoop. Bop, bop. So bonita. I love this outfit. It's so cute. If I have to work with you again, please don't throw me out. Wait, what do you mean by that? Wait, what do you mean by that? Bandai is making an SAO game? Are they? It did last a while since it used Capcom IPs. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, I don't get to show off this outfit too much. Or like the whole outfit. Like there's my fork. Whoa, I don't know what happened there. Do that, and then I can also take off like the clear parts and also pull back this hair, but I think I can also lean in. Yeah, it's a pretty cute outfit. Yeah, you debuted this outfit around time to join the community. Yeah, that was about, I think I debuted this outfit a year and a half ago. Like right before my 1 year. Yeah, it was right before my 1 year anniversary. What the heck? We started a hype train. How did that happen? Yeah, the OG model, sometimes I like to pretend that model doesn't exist. All I'm gonna say, because I don't want to say I hated the model, because that's not true. What I will say, there's a reason why I was happy to get a 2.0 so soon after. And it was because I wasn't... First of all, we're having difficulties with the people that were working on it, because the communication was just horrible. I'm not gonna lie. And then, like, second of all, I just felt like it wasn't my style. You know, I really love my current model mama's style. And I think it's more fitting for my personality. I wanted Poseidon to look more soft because I guess the original people that designed Poseidon and everything, they had imagined me to be more like sexy mommy, you know, but which I think I had a lot of that in the beginning of my VTubing career, but then I slowly just went to being myself because that was easier than just like playing a character, if that makes sense. So now I feel like I give dorky stupid bimbo vibes. I have no idea. Comfy tall anime waifu. Crazy cardboard expectation sexy model, reality cardboard goblin. How did we start a hype train? How did that trigger? Not the word I would use. Pervert though. What? You are a dork? I am a dork. Teehee. I'm very dork pilled. I'm telling you, chat. I'm telling you. Literally, the person you guys get on stream is really not that different than how I am off stream. It's not that different. Like, at all. Because you are the hype? Am I the hype? Am I really? Am I really? We like dorks. I would hope you like dorks if you're watching my stream. I would hope you would like dorks. I mean, you're here for a reason, right, Smiles? Who doesn't like dorks? I don't know. I don't know. Alright, let me take a drink of water. I feel like there's something in my throat. Does that mean you dress like that in public? No. I feel like I would probably wear something like this, like, at home. But I wouldn't dress like this in public. I would like to wear, like, my recent fashion, like, IRL, I've been wearing a lot of cargo pants. I have been finding myself buying a lot of cargo pants. I mean, I didn't know you were doing it. I just knew you were TCG Pokemon content creator, like both of those things. Hell yeah. Chat, do not dress like that in public. Do not do that. My cargo pants. Yeah, I've been wearing a lot of cargo pants, flannels, and like tank tops. Like those are my go-to, and then like Doc Martens. I don't know if it's like considered a more like alty grungy look. I'll wear that, and then the next day I'll wear like a cute dress, like a sundress or something. You know what I mean? I feel like my fashion style is like all over the place. Like you would look at like my outfits and be like, damn, she must be like an alt girl. And then you'll see me the next day and like, no, she's a girly pop. No Crocs. Oh yeah, Crocs. I love wearing Crocs. I usually wear Crocs though when if it's like casual. But if I'm going out with friends and stuff and we're gonna get like food and do things, I probably won't wear my Crocs. I'm so sad. I really wanted the Zoro Crocs, the one-piece ones, but those sold out like immediately. And then I told myself, I'm like, I probably shouldn't buy any more Crocs. I think I have like 3 or 4 pairs of Crocs now. Having pockets is so useful. For real. You'd be surprised how much female clothing does not have pockets. I wish we had more pockets. But I think they're starting to slowly like introduce pockets, because I just bought some cute dresses and those dresses have pockets and I was so excited. I'm like, yay, I can put my phone in my pocket. I don't have to hold it. Or keep it in my purse, which will probably get lost. Sexy woman to pirate loving dork obsessing over cardboard. Hell yeah. I think for me, I like to prioritize comfort. Like you'll never see me wearing clothes, like no matter how fancy the occasion, you'll never see me wearing clothes that I will deem uncomfortable. Like usually when I buy clothing and like try it on, one of the first questions I ask myself is, 1, is this comfortable? And 2, can I like walk around for 10 hours a day wearing this and I would not get pissed? You know what I mean? Most of the girls kept their phones in their bras because they didn't have pockets. I still do that. If I have like my bra and stuff and I have like something that doesn't have pockets, I won't lie, I put my phone in my bra. I've kept my car keys in my bra. That's actually been a more recent thing. Keeping my car keys in my bra. Because sometimes I don't like putting stuff in my purse, because then I don't like jumbling around in my purse looking for it. Because to me, that's annoying. I don't like that. Comfy over style. It's having a mix between both. Like I really love Uniqlo. I've been buying a lot of my clothes from Uniqlo. Thank you for the hydrate check. Appreciate it. Thank you. I don't wear clothes. I'll have you know, chat, I am not naked. Did I read that title wrong? No, you didn't. Yeah, Uniqlo is an amazing brand. I love, love, love everything in Uniqlo. Uniqlo is great. It's a great, great brand. I don't have the option to store objects close to my chest. Oh no. Sai is braggers. I am braggers. I am very braggers. I'm like 9 months. I'm in my 3rd trimester. And it's yours, chat. Speaking of, I do need to go through like my clothing again and kind of filter through which ones I don't want. Because I do want to buy some new summer clothing. But yeah, I like to shop from Uniqlo and I like to shop from Old Navy. And then I do like to go thrifting every now and then. Because you'll find some hidden gems just thrifting. Like a lot of my cargo pants I got from thrifting and they're in like almost perfect condition. Like if there's a button or two missing, like I could fix that. You know what I mean? Like that's something I can just fix at home. Got Maxi's prayers. How's that work? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Oh. Chad is also pregnant. Yeah, that's the thing too, Chad. You are also pregnant. You too are pregante. Pregunt. Pargant. I know pregunta. You are pregunta. Oh my god. I don't want to lay eggs. What? Oh my god. I was reading someone. I forgot who it was. Somebody was like talking about how they have like this kink or whatever where it's like someone laying eggs and I'm like, what? I joined to chat as pregnant. What a great first impression coming from YouTube for the first time. Please stay. I'm sorry. Welcome to a Poseidon stream. I'm always talking about someone being pregnant. Someone is always pregnant on my stream. There's always someone pregnant. Lizard people king. Lizard people? Didn't you ask Nova if she laid eggs? I feel like that's a valid question. Dragons lay eggs. Thus, Nova is a dragon. Does Nova lay eggs? I feel like that was a valid question. I've watched on the boss before, but it's still shocked when it's literally the first sentence. Yeah, I've been streaming for over 2 years now. I thought dragons were mammals. I don't know, I've always thought they were closer to, reptiles. Not all reptiles lay eggs for what it's worth. I guess that's fair. I got my cousin a lobster flesh that doubles as a heating pad and a Snuggie. I tend to be practical when it comes to gifts. See, I love that. I love when people give me practical gifts. Like, things I can use. Like, I kind of had to stop telling my mom and, like, telling, like, family members. I'm like, can you not send me, like, if you're gonna get me something for, like, my birthday or Christmas, don't give me plushies, please. Because I don't... It's not that I hate plushies. I love plushies. But one, I don't have room for them. And two, it's like... I would rather you spend your money on getting something that I will, like, actually use and enjoy. You know? One of my favorite Christmas gifts my mom has gotten me is a Keurig. Like a coffee maker. Oh my god. One of the best things ever. Wait, would birds count as dragons since birds are dinosaurs and dinosaurs are basically dragons? Wouldn't there be, like, multiple kind of species of dinosaurs? I don't know. Yeah. Do you have a reusable Keurig pods or no? I do. I always buy coffee grounds and I use reusable Keurig pods because I don't like wasting stuff. I'm very, very... If there's a way for me to reuse something, I'll try my best to reuse it. You know what I mean? Like, for example, when I make bread and stuff, I like using silicone mats. Or like when I'm making cookies and stuff, I like using silicone mats because I can reuse them as opposed to like using paper and just throwing it out. Like that, I feel kind of sad whenever I do that. I don't want to contribute to any sort of environmental waste. Yeah, instant coffee for the win. I feel like instant coffee has a particular different taste that is different that I find nostalgic. Like I kind of go between both. I want the one coffee maker where you grind it and you press it yourself and you sit it. You know what I'm talking about? I do know what you're talking about, I think. You stuff till they fall apart. I'm the same way. So I'm kind of in a predicament right now because here's the thing. I have like the entire Apple environment. So I have AirPods, I have an Apple Watch, I have an iPhone, I have a MacBook. And I got all of these devices around like the same time. I think minus my phone. But like these, like my Apple Watch, my AirPods, and my MacBook are quite old, and I can tell that they're starting to show their age because they're just like lagging and stuff. Oh my god, please. You're on timeout. Why are we breaking rules in my chat? Read the chat rules, my guy. But now I'm in like a sucky predicament where I feel like I have to go and upgrade all of these products at the same time soon because they're all deteriorating at like the same rate. You know what sucks when your Apple Watch battery, it's so old that it's like, it'll last like maybe 2-3 hours. Wait, where? On YouTube. Oh my god. It's okay, I got it. Upgrade them to Android, lasts longer. Here's the thing, it sucks because I'm on the whole Apple environment. And I do like how convenient it is because like I like being able to send text from my MacBook and everything. Like my personal laptop is a MacBook. That's my personal laptop. But yeah, I thought about, because I used to be a Samsung girly and then I switched over to iPhone and everything because it was just easier. Like I liked having all my devices connected with each other. YouTube being naughty. Yeah, I'm waiting. Honestly, I am waiting for the Apple flip phone because I do want a flip phone. I think it's cool that Samsung has a cool flip phone. When is Apple gonna do it? That's probably the next phone I'm gonna be getting. If it's real. I hope it's real. I had a MacBook in college and hated it. It was unpopular here and was less convenient for the ages. I don't do anything crazy other than like casual browsing and like schoolwork on my MacBook. Samsung Flip 6. Yeah, I'm waiting for Apple to do their flip stuff. I think it's super cool. I really want one. I really want one. Also, chat, I am starting to get a little tired. So I'm gonna stop the timer here and wrap it up because I am like getting a little EP. Anyways, this will be my last stream for a while because I'm gonna be visiting Nova for a few days. So I don't know if we're gonna do an off club. If we do, you can definitely join my Discord server and follow me on my socials to hear word on that. But if that's not the case, you guys probably won't see me until Tuesday next week. So yeah, we're probably gonna go back to reacting on Tuesday and hopefully we can start a new game next week. That is the goal. But yeah, I do plan on taking a hiatus at some point. I really do want to take a hiatus, but right now I just can't afford to do that right now. But I think I'll take this little vacation as kind of one. So yeah, who are we raiding? We're probably gonna go raid, I can probably raid Apollo. Apollo, I think, came back from her hiatus today. But yeah, thank you guys so much for hanging out with me today. If you haven't done so yet, follow me on my socials, join my Discord server, buy my merch and all the sorts. And yeah, I will see you guys. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me today. I will see you guys next week. Alrighty. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.